There are places in this world that defy explanation. Ancient structures too massive to be moved with primitive tools. Mysterious artifacts that challenge what we think we know about history. And entire civilizations that vanished without a trace. These aren't myths or legends. These are real, documented mysteries that archaeologists and historians still struggle to understand. How were they built? Who made them? And perhaps the most unsettling question of all, what else is still out there waiting to be found? From ancient treasure maps etched in copper to strange reptilian figurines created by one of humanity's oldest civilizations. From golden libraries hidden beneath the jungle floor to massive stone heads that match no known culture. Tonight, we're diving deep into some of the strangest unsolved mysteries of the ancient world. Riddles that have confounded experts for centuries and continue to challenge our understanding of human history itself. Evidence that suggests our ancestors may have possessed knowledge and capabilities far beyond what conventional archaeology acknowledges. So sit back, relax, grab a snack, and let's jump into these mysteries where history itself seems to break apart. Before we begin, here's a quick note. The visuals in this video will provide extra context, but they aren't necessary to enjoy the stories. Feel free to let this play in the background while you work, relax, or even fall asleep to these eerie unsolved mysteries. And if you'd like to support me making these videos and get access to exclusive content, consider subscribing to the channel. Now, let's begin our journey through the most perplexing ancient riddles that still await answers. Beneath the streets of Paola, Malta, lies one of the most enigmatic structures ever discovered by archaeologists. The Hypogeum of Hal Saflieni is a subterranean sanctuary carved directly into the limestone bedrock, descending 3 levels underground like a journey into another world. But this isn't just any ancient structure. It's a place where sound behaves in ways that science still struggles to fully explain, where whispers transform into booming reverberation that seem to penetrate the very bones of visitors. Discovered by accident in 1902, when workers cutting cisterns for a new housing development broke through its ceiling, the Hypogeum dates back over 5,000 years to approximately 3,600 BCE. This places it firmly in Malta's temple period, making it contemporary with the island's famous megalithic temples, and potentially older than the earliest Egyptian pyramids. The name Hypogeum simply means underground in Greek, but there's nothing simple about this labyrinthine complex. Carved using only stone and bone tools, the structure descends nearly 40 feet into the earth, comprising a network of chambers, halls, and passages spanning approximately 500 square meters. The precision of the excavation is remarkable. Doorways, pillars, and lintels were all carved to mimic the above-ground temples, creating the illusion of built architecture within solid rock. What's most impressive is that the entire complex was created with prehistoric technology. No metal tools, no modern measuring devices, just human ingenuity and an extraordinary understanding of the rock itself. The soft Globigerina limestone allowed for relatively easy carving, but the engineering knowledge required to prevent collapse while hollowing out such an extensive structure points to sophisticated capabilities we rarely associate with Neolithic peoples. But who exactly built this underground marvel? The traditional archaeological view attributes the Hypogeum to the same mysterious temple people who constructed Malta's other megalithic structures. These were the island's early inhabitants who developed a distinct culture that flourished in isolation. Their society appears to have been sophisticated enough to support specialized laborers and religious practitioners who weren't involved in food production, a hallmark of advanced civilization. Yet some researchers question whether a relatively small island population could have mustered the resources and knowledge to create such an architectural wonder. This has led to alternative theories ranging from the plausible to the fantastic. Some suggest influence from more established Mediterranean civilizations, though concrete evidence for such contact remains elusive. Others propose that the Hypogeum was built by refugees from a now-sunken landmass, perhaps survivors of a catastrophic event that reshaped the Mediterranean. While compelling as a narrative, the geological evidence doesn't support such recent dramatic changes to the region. The most controversial theories suggest the involvement of a technologically advanced civilization that has been lost to history, or even extraterrestrial assistance. These explanations arise primarily from the difficulty in reconciling the acoustic properties of the Hypogeum with the presumed technological limitations of its builders. And this brings us to perhaps the most perplexing aspect of the Hypogeum, its unusual acoustic properties. Within a specific chamber known as the Oracle Room, sounds behave in ways that seem deliberately engineered. A deep male voice speaking at normal volume can reverberate throughout the entire complex. Certain frequencies cause the entire space to resonate as if it were a giant bell, creating what some visitors describe as an all-encompassing, almost physical sensation of sound. Even more intriguing is what happens to female voices. When women speak or sing at specific pitches within this chamber, their voices seem to vibrate from everywhere and nowhere simultaneously, creating a disorienting effect that some researchers believe was deliberately designed to enhance religious ceremonies. Scientific studies have confirmed these acoustic anomalies. In 2014, researchers from Italy's Institute of Heritage Science found that the Oracle Room resonates at a frequency of 110 Hz, a frequency that has been shown in separate studies to affect human brain activity. Brain scans of people exposed to sounds at 110 Hz show decreased activity in language centers and increased activity in areas associated with emotion, suggesting the sound could induce altered states of consciousness. Was this coincidence or design? If intentional, how did the builders achieve such precise acoustic engineering without modern tools or apparent knowledge of sonic science? Some archaeoacoustic researchers believe these properties were deliberately crafted to enhance ritual experiences, perhaps to create the sensation of spirit voices or divine presence during ceremonies. Inside the structure, archaeologists discovered the remains of approximately 7,000 individuals. These weren't intact burials but disarticulated bones, suggesting a complex multi-stage burial ritual rather than simple interment. Many skulls show signs of elongated features, which some have sensationalized as evidence of non-human origins. However, anthropologists recognize these as normal variations in human cranial structure, possibly enhanced by cultural cranial deformation practiced in many ancient societies. More compelling are the figurines found within the Hypogeum, particularly the Sleeping Lady. This small clay statue depicts a recumbent woman, possibly representing death, sleep, or a trance state. Similar figures found throughout the site suggest a culture deeply engaged with altered consciousness, whether through dreams, trance, or the transition between life and death. The oracle chamber itself features a small depression carved into the wall, which produces profound reverberations when spoken into. Was this a place where priests or priestesses would deliver proclamations meant to sound as if they came from everywhere at once? Perhaps the voices of ancestors or deities. The red ochre spirals painted on the ceiling of this chamber further suggest its ceremonial importance, as this iron-rich pigment was often associated with blood and life force in prehistoric cultures worldwide. Perhaps most puzzling is the purpose of a small room known as the Holy of Holies. This chamber contains a precise circular hole cut through solid limestone, creating a portal between two larger spaces. When a voice speaks through this opening, it transforms in ways that witnesses describe as otherworldly. Was this a communication device between the living and the dead? A place where ritual specialists could speak with the voices of ancestors? The lowest level of the Hypogeum presents another mystery. Known as the Snake Pit, this chamber descends even deeper and once contained a large stone ball whose purpose remains unknown. Some theorize it represented the cosmos or served as an oracle device. Whatever its function, it suggests the lowest level held special significance, perhaps as the deepest point of connection between the world above and whatever spiritual realm the builders believed existed below. Adding to the site's mystery are persistent reports of strange phenomena. In the 1920s, a school group of approximately 30 children supposedly disappeared within the Hypogeum, never to be found. While historians dismiss this as urban legend with no documentary evidence, the story reflects the psychological impact of the space. Its disorienting passages and unsettling acoustics create an environment where such tales feel plausible. Some visitors report sensations of dread, euphoria, or the feeling of presences in certain chambers. Skeptics attribute these experiences to the unusual acoustics, creating infrasound low-frequency sound waves below human hearing that can cause physiological effects including anxiety, disorientation, and feeling of being watched. Yet these explanations don't diminish the achievement of creating such effects without modern scientific knowledge. What we know for certain is that the Hypogeum required extraordinary effort and engineering ingenuity. The removal of over 2,000 tons of limestone using only stone tools represents a massive investment for a small prehistoric community. This suggests the structure held immense cultural or religious significance, important enough to dedicate generations of labor to its creation. Perhaps we'll never fully understand who created the Hypogeum or how they engineered its acoustic properties with such precision. The temple people of Malta left no written records, only their monumental architecture and enigmatic artifacts. What we do know is that they created a space where sound behaves in ways that still inspire wonder more than 5 millennia later. The Hypogeum stands as testimony to human ingenuity and our species' long-standing fascination with altered states of consciousness and the boundary between life and death. Its halls have echoed with voices for thousands of years, and its mysteries continue to reverberate in our collective imagination. What whispers from the past are still waiting to be heard within its ancient chambers, and what might they tell us about who we once were? On the sun-drenched island of Crete, archaeologists in the early 20th century unearthed clay tablets covered in mysterious symbols, the remnants of a writing system that continues to baffle experts to this day. These inscriptions, known as Linear A, represent one of the most tantalizing unsolved puzzles in linguistic archaeology. Unlike many ancient writings that have surrendered their secrets to persistent scholars, Linear A remains stubbornly silent, a ghostly whisper from a civilization that vanished over 3,000 years ago. What messages lie locked within these symbols, and why has this script resisted all attempts at decipherment? The story begins with British archaeologist Sir Arthur Evans, who in 1900 was excavating the ancient Minoan palace of Knossos on Crete. Among his remarkable discoveries were thousands of clay tablets bearing 2 distinct writing systems. He named them Linear A and Linear B based on their flowing, linear appearance, which distinguished them from the more pictographic hieroglyphic script also found at Minoan sites. Linear A was the earlier of the 2 scripts, used primarily between 1800 and 1400 BCE during the height of Minoan civilization, a sophisticated Bronze Age culture named after the legendary King Minos. The Minoans were remarkable for their elaborate palaces, advanced engineering, vibrant art, and apparent gender equality in religious practices. They were seafarers and traders who established a thalassocracy, or sea-based empire, throughout the eastern Mediterranean. Their writing system appears on over 1,400 artifacts spread across multiple archaeological sites. Most are clay tablets that appear to be administrative records, but Linear A also appears on religious objects, pottery, and stone offerings. This suggests the script had both practical and ceremonial uses, potentially recording everything from agricultural inventories to prayers and invocations to Minoan deities. What makes Linear A so frustrating to researchers is that we have a reasonable understanding of what the Minoan civilization was like through their artwork and architecture. But without deciphering their language, we can't hear their voices. We can see their beautiful frescoes depicting bull-leaping ceremonies and elegant court ladies, but we can't read their poetry, understand their religious beliefs in their own words, or know how they described themselves. The challenge of decipherment is made more difficult by several factors. First, we have relatively few examples of Linear A compared to other ancient scripts, only about 7,500 signs across all discovered artifacts. Many tablets are fragmentary or damaged, further limiting the available material. Moreover, we have no bilingual texts, no equivalent of the Rosetta Stone that might provide a key to translation by presenting the same text in Linear A and another known language. Perhaps most crucially, we don't know what language the Minoans spoke. Unlike Linear B, which was eventually proven to record an early form of Greek, Linear A almost certainly represents a non-Greek language native to Crete before Greek-speaking peoples arrived. Linguists call this unidentified language Minoan, but that's simply a placeholder name for a language that may be completely unrelated to any known tongue. This hasn't stopped scholars from trying. The breakthrough with Linear B came in 1952 when Michael Ventris, an architect with a passion for ancient languages, recognized it as an archaic form of Greek. Working with linguist John Chadwick, Ventris deciphered Linear B, revolutionizing our understanding of Mycenaean civilization, the Greek culture that followed the Minoans. Since Linear A and B share many similar symbols, about 70% of their signs are identical or close variants. Researchers have attempted to apply the Linear B phonetic values to Linear A. This approach, known as the comparative method, has allowed scholars to approximate how Linear A might have sounded when spoken, but not what the words actually mean. When these phonetic values are applied, the resulting words don't match any known language family, whether Indo-European, Semitic, or otherwise. Some researchers have noted similarities with Luwian, an Anatolian language related to Hittite, while others point to possible connections with ancient languages of the Caucasus or even Basque, itself a language isolate with no proven relations to any other living language. One of the few words that might have been translated is Quro, which appears to mean total based on its context in what seem to be inventory lists. Even this interpretation isn't certain, however, as it relies on assuming the document structure matches that of Linear B records. Another complicating factor is that writing systems often represent sounds imperfectly. Just as English spelling doesn't always directly correspond to pronunciation, Linear A might have omitted certain sounds or used single symbols to represent complex sound combinations. Without knowing the underlying language, it's almost impossible to account for these potential irregularities. Some researchers have taken mathematical approaches, analyzing the frequency and patterns of signs to identify word boundaries and recurring grammatical elements. Others have turned to computational linguistics, using algorithms to identify patterns that might escape human detection. While these methods have yielded some insights into the structure of the language, they haven't produced a reliable decipherment. The Minoan civilization itself adds another layer of mystery. Around 1400 BCE, this sophisticated culture experienced a dramatic decline. While natural disasters, including earthquakes and the catastrophic eruption of Thera, now Santorini, certainly played a role, the complete picture remains unclear. The Mycenaeans, speakers of early Greek who used Linear B, subsequently gained control of Crete, and the Minoan language gradually disappeared. This cultural transition might explain one of the oddest aspects of Linear A, its apparent lack of evolution. Most writing systems show significant development over time as scribes refine and adapt them. Linear A shows remarkably little change across centuries of use, suggesting it might have been artificially preserved, perhaps as a sacred script used primarily by a specialized priestly class, while everyday speech was already shifting to another language. Adding to the intrigue are the contexts in which Linear A appears. While many examples are clearly administrative lists of goods, people, or places, others are found on religious artifacts called libation tables, used for pouring ritual offerings to deities. These inscriptions likely contain prayers, dedications, or invocations that could reveal much about Minoan spiritual beliefs, if only we could read them. The mystery deepens when we consider that the Minoans had not one but three writing systems: Cretan hieroglyphics, Linear A, and a script known as the Phaistos disc, a unique clay disc bearing spiral-arranged symbols found at the Palace of Phaistos. Were these different scripts used for different purposes? Did they represent different languages or different stages in the evolution of writing on Crete? Without decipherment, we can only speculate. Some scholars have suggested that Linear A might never be fully deciphered unless new evidence emerges, perhaps a longer text, a bilingual inscription, or tablets from undiscovered sites. Others remain optimistic that continued analysis and new methodologies might eventually yield results. The decipherment of other ancient scripts, including Linear B and Mayan glyphs, came after decades of being considered impossible. What tantalizes researchers is what Linear A might reveal about a civilization that appears to have been remarkably advanced and perhaps uniquely peaceful for its time. The Minoan palaces lack the heavy fortifications typical of contemporary civilizations in Egypt, Mesopotamia, and mainland Greece. Their art depicts no scenes of war or conquest, but instead shows reverence for nature, athletic competitions, and elaborate ceremonies. Was Minoan Crete truly the peaceful, matriarchal society some researchers have suggested? Only their own words could confirm or refute such theories. If we could read Linear A, we might learn how the Minoans viewed themselves and their relationships with neighboring peoples. We might discover their poetry, their religious hymns, their historical records. We might even find their accounts of the catastrophic natural disasters that contributed to their civilization's decline. For now, Linear A remains silent, a script without a voice, symbols without meanings. Yet even in its undeciphered state, it reminds us of how much remains unknown about our human past. Somewhere in those elegant, flowing lines might lie insights into a society that achieved remarkable sophistication before most of Europe had entered the Bronze Age. The mystery of Linear A represents both the limits of our knowledge and the persistent human drive to understand our ancestors. Like the labyrinth of Minoan legend, it offers twisting passages that seem to lead nowhere, yet continue to beckon explorers forward. Perhaps someday, the right thread will lead us to its center, and the voice of an ancient Cretan scribe will finally be heard again after more than 3,000 years of silence. High in the Altiplano of western Bolivia, etched into the arid landscape surrounding the towering Sajama volcano, lies one of the most expansive yet least understood ancient mysteries on Earth. The Sajama lines are an intricate network of perfectly straight paths that crisscross the high desert plain like the work of some cosmic geometer. These aren't modest markings, they extend for miles, forming a web of over 16,000 individual lines covering an area roughly 3 times the size of New York City. Yet despite their incredible scale, these ancient pathways remained virtually unknown to the outside world until the 1930s, and their purpose continues to baffle researchers today. Unlike the more famous Nazca lines of Peru, which primarily consist of figurative designs visible only from above, the Sajama lines don't form recognizable images. Instead, they create a vast geometric matrix of straight pathways extending in all directions. Some lines run parallel to each other, while others intersect at various angles, creating a complex network that seems deliberately designed, yet defies obvious explanation. What makes the Sajama lines even more remarkable is their method of construction. Created by removing the darker surface rocks to expose the lighter soil underneath, these pathways are typically 3 to 10 feet wide. This technique, simple in concept but staggering in execution, created lines visible from significant distances despite being essentially flat. The volcanic soil of the region has preserved these markings for centuries, perhaps millennia, with minimal erosion. The lines surround the base of Sajama volcano, Bolivia's highest peak at 21,463 feet above sea level. This sacred mountain has been revered by indigenous Andean peoples throughout history. The proximity of the lines to such a significant landmark suggests they likely held ritual or ceremonial importance, but their exact function remains elusive. Dating the Sajama lines presents a significant challenge. Unlike structures built with organic materials that can be carbon dated, these stone pathways contain few clues about when they were created. Most researchers believe they originated with pre-Columbian cultures, potentially dating back as far as 3,000 years, though some of the lines may have been created or maintained in more recent centuries. The most widespread theory connects the lines to pilgrimage routes. The Andean highlands have a long tradition of ritual journeys to sacred places, particularly mountains, which were believed to house powerful spirits called apis. In this interpretation, the Sajama lines might represent ceremonial pathways that pilgrims would follow when approaching the sacred volcano. This explanation gains credibility when we consider that some lines appear to connect ancient settlements and burial sites. Archaeological investigations have revealed chulpas, ancient burial towers, near some of the pathways, suggesting a connection between the lines and ancestor veneration practices common throughout Andean cultures. Another compelling theory suggests the lines served as guides for llama caravans traversing the challenging Altiplano landscape. At an elevation of approximately 13,000 feet, the Bolivian plateau experiences extreme temperature variations, intense solar radiation, and disorienting atmospheric conditions. In such an environment, clearly marked pathways would have been invaluable for travelers. The exceptional straightness of the lines, maintained over distances of several miles despite crossing varied terrain, would have allowed caravans to navigate efficiently between distant points. Some researchers have proposed more esoteric explanations, noting that certain lines align with astronomical events such as solstices, equinoxes, or the rising and setting positions of significant stars. Could the Sajama lines represent a vast celestial map drawn upon the Earth? If so, they would join other ancient sites worldwide that demonstrate sophisticated astronomical knowledge, from Stonehenge to the Maya observatories. This astronomical hypothesis gains credence when we consider the importance of celestial observation in Andean cultures. The Inca and their predecessors developed complex calendrical systems based on stellar movements, which guided agricultural activities and religious ceremonies. The clear skies of the high Altiplano would have provided ideal conditions for stargazing, and the geometric precision of the Sajama lines suggests they could have been laid out using astronomical sightlines. Perhaps the most intriguing aspect of the Sajama lines is their resemblance to similar geoglyphs found elsewhere in South America. While the Nazca lines are the most famous, similar earth drawings exist throughout Peru, Chile, and Argentina. This widespread tradition of creating large-scale landscape modifications suggests a shared cultural practice that spanned diverse Andean societies over thousands of years. What separates the Sajama lines from these other geoglyphs is their sheer scale and density. The network is so vast that no single vantage point on the ground allows for a comprehensive view. Unlike Nazca, where the purpose seems connected to their visibility from above, the Sajama lines appear designed primarily for people moving through the landscape on foot. This distinction has led some researchers to suggest they served multiple purposes simultaneously: practical navigation routes that also held ceremonial significance and encoded astronomical knowledge. The indigenous Aymara people who currently inhabit the region preserve traditions that might offer clues to the line's origins. Aymara cosmology envisions the universe as a layered reality, where the physical and spiritual worlds interpenetrate. In this worldview, certain pathways allow movement between these different planes of existence. Could the Sajama lines represent physical manifestations of these metaphysical connections? Aymara oral traditions specifically mention ancient paths called Qhapak Nyan, or sacred roads, that connected important ritual sites. These weren't merely physical routes but spiritual conduits that maintained proper relationships between human communities and the powerful beings inhabiting the landscape. The remarkable straightness of the Sajama lines might have symbolized this direct connection between earthly and divine realms. Local residents also speak of the lines as ancestral pathways, suggesting a connection to the Malkus, or ancestor spirits, who are believed to reside in prominent landscape features, particularly mountains. In this interpretation, following these paths would represent a form of communication with the ancestors, a way of maintaining continuity with the past. Another puzzling aspect is the apparent absence of these lines from Spanish colonial records. While European chroniclers documented many aspects of indigenous Andean culture, the Sajama lines aren't clearly mentioned in historical accounts. This suggests either that the lines had already fallen into disuse by the time of Spanish arrival in the 16th century, or that their significance was deliberately concealed from colonial observers. Modern technology has revealed new dimensions to this ancient mystery. Satellite imaging and aerial photography have allowed researchers to document the full extent of the network, revealing patterns that weren't apparent from ground level. Some lines appear to radiate outward from central points, while others form complex intersecting grids. These patterns suggest deliberate design rather than haphazard development over time. Environmental factors may have influenced the creation of the lines. The Altiplano experiences severe seasonal changes, with a brief rainy season followed by months of arid conditions. During wet periods, parts of the landscape can become temporarily impassable. The elevated pathways of the Sajama lines would have provided reliable routes that remained accessible year-round, suggesting a practical dimension to their creation. Perhaps the most remarkable aspect of the Sajama lines is what they reveal about ancient Andean society's ability to coordinate large-scale landscape modifications. Creating thousands of perfectly straight pathways across challenging terrain would have required significant labor investment and sophisticated planning capabilities. This contradicts older views that pre-Inca highland cultures lacked complex social organization. Today, the Sajama lines face threats from both natural erosion and human activity. Off-road vehicles, mining operations, and agricultural expansion have damaged portions of the ancient network. Unlike the Nazca lines, which received UNESCO World Heritage Protection in 1994, the Sajama lines lack formal conservation status, leaving them vulnerable to further deterioration. Efforts by local communities and Bolivian authorities have begun to document and preserve these remarkable features. The growing interest in archaeoastronomy and indigenous knowledge systems has brought renewed attention to the lines, sparking interdisciplinary research projects that combine traditional archaeological methods with indigenous perspectives and advanced imaging technologies. The mystery of the Sajama lines reminds us that many ancient achievements remain imperfectly understood, particularly those created by cultures without written records or monumental architecture. These subtle modifications of the landscape represent a different kind of monument, one that worked with the natural environment rather than imposing massive structures upon it. As research continues, the Sajama lines stand as a testament to the ingenuity and cosmic awareness of ancient Andean peoples. Whether they represent pilgrimage routes, caravan paths, astronomical markers, or some combination of purposes, they demonstrate an intimate relationship between human communities and their landscape that extended far beyond mere survival needs. In their perfect straightness, stretching toward the horizon beneath the watchful presence of Sajama volcano, They continue to pose questions about how our ancestors understood their place in the cosmos and inscribed that understanding upon the Earth itself. In 1953, a museum worker in Zurich made an extraordinary discovery while organizing storage items. What had been cataloged simply as a ceremonial object turned out to be one of the most enigmatic artifacts of European prehistory, the golden hat of Skifferstadt. This conical gold headdress, standing over a foot tall and crafted from a single sheet of gold, was just the first of 4 similar objects that would eventually be discovered across Central Europe. Together, these mysterious golden hats have challenged our understanding of Bronze Age European societies and their astronomical knowledge. What were these elaborate golden cones used for? And why do they appear to contain complex mathematical patterns that precisely track the movements of the sun and moon? The 4 known golden hats were discovered in different locations across what is now Germany and France. The Skifferstadt hat was unearthed in 1835 in southwest Germany. The Aventin cone emerged from a field in western France in 1844. The Berlin gold hat appeared under mysterious circumstances, likely in the late 19th century, with no clear archaeological context. The final example, the golden cone of Eselstoff-Buch, was discovered by a farm worker in 1953 in Bavaria. Dating from approximately 1200 to 800 BCE during the Late Bronze Age, these ceremonial objects share remarkable similarities despite being found hundreds of miles apart. Each is made from a thin sheet of gold hammered to less than 1 millimeter thickness, decorated with precise geometric patterns of concentric circles, sun-like symbols, and crescent shapes. The craftsmanship required to create such delicate, yet durable objects speaks to an exceptional level of metallurgical skill. What has most captivated researchers, however, isn't just their beautiful craftsmanship, but the peculiar patterns decorating their surfaces. In 1988, German archaeologist Wilfried Menghin made a breakthrough discovery while studying the Berlin gold hat. He realized that the number and arrangement of symbols corresponded precisely to astronomical cycles. Specifically, the number of days between various solar and lunar events. The patterns include exactly 365 circles in certain bands, matching the solar year. Other groupings correspond to the 19-year Metonic cycle, which reconciles solar and lunar calendars. Additional symbols appear to track lunar months and even predict eclipses with remarkable accuracy. If this interpretation is correct, the golden hats represent sophisticated astronomical calculating devices created nearly 3,000 years ago, centuries before similar knowledge was formalized in ancient Greece. This revelation transformed our understanding of these artifacts. Far from being merely decorative status symbols, they appear to be functional objects encoding specific astronomical knowledge, essentially wearable calendars that would have allowed their users to predict seasonal changes, determine appropriate planting and harvest times, and potentially schedule religious ceremonies that needed to align with celestial events. But this raises a profound question. How did Bronze Age Europeans, traditionally portrayed as relatively simple farming societies, develop such precise astronomical knowledge? And why encode it in such elaborate golden headgear? To understand the significance of these golden hats, we need to consider the societies that created them. The Late Bronze Age in Central Europe was a time of increasing social complexity. Archaeological evidence shows growing trade networks, specialized craft production, and the emergence of social elites who distinguished themselves through access to luxury goods and ritual knowledge. The Urnfield culture, named for their practice of cremating the dead and placing ashes in urns, dominated much of this region between 1300 and 700 BCE. This culture showed a preoccupation with solar symbolism in their art and religious practices. The golden hats, with their sun-like decorative elements, align perfectly with this solar focus. What makes the astronomical interpretation even more compelling is that similar mathematical patterns appear on all 4 hats, despite their discovery in different regions. This suggests a shared system of knowledge that spread across cultural boundaries, a prehistoric scientific tradition that was valued enough to be preserved in precious gold. The most detailed of these artifacts, the Berlin gold hat, contains symbols that appear to track multiple astronomical cycles simultaneously. Some researchers believe it could predict lunar phases and eclipses with an accuracy of 99% over long periods, a level of precision that would have seemed magical to contemporary communities. How was such knowledge developed without written records or modern measuring instruments? The answer likely lies in multi-generational observation. By carefully tracking celestial movements and passing this information orally between generations, prehistoric astronomers could have identified recurring patterns. The golden hats may represent the culmination of centuries of skywatching, preserved in gold because of its durability and symbolic association with the sun. The practical value of such knowledge would have been immense. Agricultural societies depended on accurate seasonal predictions for planting and harvesting. Religious ceremonies needed to align with significant celestial events. Predicting eclipses, which would have been terrifying unexplained events to ancient peoples, would have conferred enormous prestige and authority. This leads to perhaps the most intriguing question: who wore these golden hats? Their delicate construction and precious material suggest they weren't everyday items, but reserved for special individuals or occasions. Most archaeologists believe they were worn by priest astronomers, individuals who combined religious and scientific roles within their communities. The conical shape resembles headgear depicted in Bronze Age rock art across Europe, particularly figures interpreted as shamans or ritual specialists. The impressive height of the hats, up to 30 inches tall for the Berlin example, would have created an imposing, almost otherworldly appearance, visually setting the wearer apart from ordinary community members. Some researchers suggest the hats may have been used in divination rituals, with the wearer consulting the encoded patterns to determine auspicious times for important community decisions. Others propose they were worn only during specific ceremonies aligned with solar or lunar events, serving both as ritual garments and as the calculating devices that determined when these very ceremonies should occur. The astronomical knowledge embedded in these artifacts challenges our understanding of prehistoric European societies in several ways. First, it suggests a level of mathematical sophistication rarely attributed to pre-literate cultures. The encoding system required understanding of numerical relationships and cycles that implies abstract mathematical thinking. Second, it indicates cultural continuity and knowledge transmission across wide geographical areas and potentially across multiple generations. The shared system suggests either a common origin for these astronomical traditions or extensive communication networks through which such knowledge spread. Third, it points to specialized knowledge keepers within these societies, individuals who dedicated significant time to astronomical observation and calculation rather than food production, indicating a complex social structure that could support such specialization. Perhaps most significantly, the golden hats demonstrate that sophisticated scientific knowledge didn't begin with the classical civilizations of Greece and Rome, but existed in prehistoric Europe, passed down through oral tradition rather than written texts. This realization has prompted archaeologists to reconsider other prehistoric artifacts and monuments from an astronomical perspective. The golden hats aren't isolated examples of prehistoric European astronomy. They exist within a broader context of megalithic structures across the continent that show astronomical alignments. From Stonehenge in England to Newgrange in Ireland to the stone circles of Germany and Scandinavia, Bronze Age Europeans appear to have been deeply engaged with tracking celestial patterns and embedding this knowledge in their monuments and portable objects. What distinguishes the golden hats is their portability and the precision of their encoding system. Unlike fixed monuments that might mark single events like the summer solstice, these calendar hats apparently tracked multiple cycles simultaneously and could be transported between communities, potentially spreading astronomical knowledge. Not all researchers accept the astronomical interpretation of these artifacts. Some argue that the numerical patterns might represent other counting systems unrelated to celestial bodies. Others suggest they might be purely decorative, with any astronomical correlations being coincidental. However, the statistical probability of such precise matches occurring by chance across multiple artifacts is extremely low. The extraordinary preservation of these items presents another puzzle. Why were they removed from circulation and carefully deposited? 3 of the 4 were found without association to human remains, suggesting they weren't simply buried with their owners. Instead, they appear to have been ritual deposits, deliberately placed in the ground as offerings or for safekeeping. This practice of hoarding valuable metal objects was common in Bronze Age Europe, particularly during times of social stress or conflict. Were the golden hats hidden during some crisis, with the intention of retrieval that never occurred? Or were they ceremonially retired after serving their purpose, perhaps when new astronomical knowledge rendered them obsolete? We may never know exactly who wore these golden hats or all the purposes they served. The societies that created them left no written records explaining their significance. What we do know is that they represent an extraordinary investment of resources and skill, combining precious materials, exceptional craftsmanship, and sophisticated intellectual content. Today, these golden hats reside in museums in Germany and France, still dazzling visitors with their gleaming surfaces and mysterious patterns. Modern researchers continue to study them, using advanced imaging techniques to reveal details invisible to earlier generations of archaeologists. Computer modeling has allowed testing of various astronomical hypotheses, strengthening the calendar interpretation. Perhaps most importantly, these artifacts have transformed our understanding of prehistoric European societies. No longer can we view Bronze Age cultures as simple farming communities with primitive beliefs. Instead, we must recognize them as complex societies with specialized knowledge keepers who tracked the movements of celestial bodies with remarkable precision and encoded this information in stunning works of art. The golden hats stand as testament to humanity's enduring fascination with the rhythms of the cosmos and our ancient quest to understand our place within it. They remind us that the foundations of astronomy and mathematics stretch back far earlier than written history records, into the minds of unnamed prehistoric observers who watched the skies with careful attention and preserved their insights in gold. Deep in the deserts of Peru lies one of archaeology's most controversial discoveries: thousands of carved stones that threaten to rewrite human history as we know it. The Ica stones are a collection of andesite rocks, varying in size from pebbles to boulders, covered with intricate engravings that depict scenes that simply should not exist. Dinosaurs standing alongside humans, advanced surgical procedures, and astronomical knowledge that ancient peoples supposedly couldn't possess. These are the impossible images that have sparked debate for over half a century. The story of these mysterious artifacts begins in 1961, when a Peruvian physician named Javier Cabrera received a strange gift: a stone with an engraving of what appeared to be a fish. Intrigued, Cabrera began collecting more of these stones, eventually amassing a collection of over 20,000 pieces. Each new addition to his collection deepened the mystery, as the engravings seemed to show impossible scenes: humans hunting and riding dinosaurs, complex heart surgeries, and even what some interpret as telescopes and maps of continents that wouldn't be discovered for thousands of years. What makes these stones so controversial isn't just what they depict, but what they imply. If authentic, the Ica stones suggest that humans lived alongside dinosaurs, challenging the established timeline of Earth's history. According to conventional science, dinosaurs went extinct about 65 million years ago, while modern humans evolved only about 200,000 years ago. The two species should never have crossed paths, separated by an unfathomable gulf of time. Yet here were thousands of stones telling a different story. The engravings themselves show remarkable detail. Some depict what appear to be Triceratops, Stegosaurus, and even pterodactyls, dinosaur species that weren't even scientifically identified until the 19th century. Others show humans performing complex medical procedures like brain surgery, heart transplants, and cesarean sections, using tools and techniques that wouldn't be developed until modern times. There are even stones that seem to show telescopes, advanced machinery, and maps of continents in positions they would have occupied millions of years ago. Cabrera himself became convinced that the stones were evidence of an ancient civilization with knowledge far beyond what mainstream archaeology acknowledges. He dedicated his life to studying them, converting his home into the Museo de Piedras Grabadas, the Museum of Engraved Stones, where thousands of these artifacts remain on display today in the city of Ica. But the story of the Ica stones takes a controversial turn when we examine their origins. Cabrera claimed to have received most of his collection from a local farmer named Basilio Ushua, who said he discovered the stones in a cave system near the Ica River. However, when Peruvian authorities began investigating the stones in the late 1960s, Ushua's story changed. Under pressure from officials who threatened him with imprisonment for selling artifacts, the farmer confessed to carving the stones himself. This confession seemed to close the case for many researchers, but Cabrera and other believers weren't convinced. They pointed out that Ushua later recanted his confession, claiming he had only admitted to carving the stones to avoid legal troubles. Cabrera also argued that it would have been physically impossible for one man to produce over 20,000 intricately carved stones in his lifetime. And if Ushua had indeed carved them himself, how did he gain knowledge of dinosaur anatomy before receiving formal education about these extinct creatures? The debate intensified when some of the stones were subjected to scientific analysis. Tests conducted in the 1970s yielded mixed results. Some stones showed signs of artificial aging, suggesting they were modern creations deliberately made to appear ancient. Yet others appeared to have genuine patina and weathering consistent with great age. Without systematic excavation and proper archaeological context, it's difficult to make definitive claims about their authenticity. Mainstream archaeologists and paleontologists generally dismiss the Ica stones as elaborate hoaxes, created to capitalize on tourist interest in ancient mysteries. They point to several problematic aspects of the stones. For instance, no Ica stones have ever been found in controlled archaeological excavations. They always seem to appear through private collectors or local markets. Additionally, the dinosaur depictions often show anatomical errors that reflect outdated scientific understanding from the mid-20th century, rather than accurate representations. Yet believers in the stone's authenticity offer counterarguments. They suggest the lack of archaeological context could be explained if the stones were ceremonial objects deliberately hidden away in caves. They also point to similar carved stones discovered in the region dating back to pre-Columbian times, suggesting a long tradition of stone carving in the area. Some even claim that oxidation patterns and mineral deposits on certain stones could only have formed over thousands of years. Perhaps the most compelling argument made by supporters involves similar imagery found in other ancient cultures. In Cambodia's Angkor Wat, there are carvings that some interpret as depicting a stegosaurus. Native American petroglyphs in Utah include images that resemble dinosaurs, and ancient Mesopotamian seals contain figures that some believe represent extinct creatures. Could these widespread depictions suggest some actual knowledge of these creatures, passed down through oral tradition, or perhaps even direct observation? One alternative theory suggests that ancient people may have discovered dinosaur fossils and accurately reconstructed what these creatures looked like, much as modern paleontologists do. After all, fossils have been found in Peru, and ancient people were keen observers of the natural world. Finding a massive dinosaur skeleton might have inspired them to create images of the living creature, even if they never witnessed one alive. Another possibility is that the stones represent a blend of authentic artifacts and modern forgeries. Perhaps some genuine ancient carved stones were discovered, prompting others to create similar pieces to meet growing demand. This would explain the mixed results in scientific testing and the varying quality of the engravings. The mystery deepened in the late 1990s when a team of Spanish investigators claimed to have found a cave containing Ica stones embedded in the walls, apparently predating modern intervention. However, they were unable to document their findings properly before local authorities intervened, leaving their claims unverified by the scientific community. What we're left with is a persistent enigma: thousands of stones depicting scenes that challenge our understanding of human history, yet lacking the archaeological context needed to authenticate them. If the Ica stones are genuine artifacts from an ancient civilization, they would force us to reconsider everything we think we know about human evolution, extinction events, and the timeline of technological development. If they're elaborate hoaxes, they represent one of the most extensive and detailed fabrications in archaeological history. The Peruvian government has largely dismissed the stones as modern forgeries and prohibits their sale or export, considering them fake artifacts rather than genuine national treasures. Yet visitors continue to flock to Cabrera's museum, drawn by the possibility, however remote, that these strange carvings might contain some kernel of truth about our distant past. Perhaps what makes the Ica stones so compelling is not just what they depict, but what they represent: our endless fascination with the possibility that history as we understand it is incomplete. They remind us that our knowledge of the ancient world is built on fragments, interpretations, and assumptions that are always evolving as new discoveries emerge. Whether elaborate hoax or groundbreaking discovery, the Ica stones serve as a reminder of how much remains unknown about our past. They challenge us to question, to investigate, and to remain open to the possibility that there are chapters of human history still waiting to be uncovered, stories carved in stone that we have yet to fully understand. But not all ancient mysteries are carved in stone. Some were wielded in battle, striking fear into the hearts of enemies and changing the course of history. Let's turn our attention to one of the ancient world's most formidable and enigmatic weapons, a substance so devastating that its secret formula has been lost to time. Imagine a weapon so terrifying that it could turn the seas themselves into oceans of flame, a liquid fire that water couldn't extinguish, that clung to ships and soldiers, burning with relentless fury even as waves crashed over it. This wasn't some fantasy invention from the pages of fiction. This was Greek fire, the Byzantine Empire's most closely guarded military secret and one of history's most enduring technological mysteries. For nearly 800 years, from the 7th century to the fall of Constantinople in 1453, Greek fire gave the Byzantine Empire a devastating advantage in naval warfare. Yet despite centuries of speculation, research, and scientific investigation, the exact composition of this ancient superweapon remains unknown. How could such a significant technology be lost to time? What ingredients made it so devastatingly effective? And could modern science ever rediscover this lost formula? The story of Greek fire begins during a moment of crisis for the Byzantine Empire. In 674 CE, Constantinople, the magnificent capital city, was under siege by an Arab fleet. The Byzantines, descendants of the Eastern Roman Empire, were fighting for their survival against the rapidly expanding Umayyad Caliphate. The Arabs had naval superiority and seemed poised to take the city, which would have changed the course of history. But the Byzantines had a secret weapon. According to historical accounts, an architect named Kallinikos had fled from Syria to Constantinople, bringing with him the formula for an incendiary weapon unlike anything seen before. This liquid fire could be projected through bronze tubes mounted on Byzantine ships, creating jets of flame that engulfed enemy vessels. Most importantly, this substance continued burning even on water, a property that made it uniquely devastating in naval combat. The effect was immediate and terrifying. Arab ships erupted in flames that couldn't be extinguished. The Byzantine navy, previously outmatched, suddenly gained the upper hand. The siege was lifted, and Constantinople was saved. Over the following centuries, Greek fire would continue to protect the Byzantine Empire, allowing it to survive as a bastion of Roman civilization long after Rome itself had fallen. Byzantine Emperor Constantine VII understood the strategic importance of keeping Greek fire secret. In his book, De Administrando Imperio, written as advice to his son, he explicitly stated that the formula should never be revealed to foreign powers, writing, "The formula for prepared fire which is ejected through siphons." The emperor's grandfather Leo has left reverent instructions that it should be kept secret, and that it should be manufactured by no others than Christians. The weapon wasn't just a military asset, it became something almost mythological, a divine gift that protected Christianity's eastern frontier. Arab writers referred to it with awe and fear, calling it liquid fire, marine fire, or artificial fire. Some even believed it was supernatural in origin, a substance created through alchemy or divine intervention. What makes Greek fire such an enduring mystery is that despite its importance, the formula was kept so secret that it eventually became lost. The Byzantine Empire guarded knowledge of its composition and deployment with extreme measures. Only a select few families were entrusted with different parts of the manufacturing process, with no single person knowing the complete formula. This compartmentalization ensured security, but ultimately contributed to the loss of the technology when the chain of knowledge was broken. So what do we actually know about Greek fire from historical accounts? Byzantine writers like Theophanes and Antikythera describe it as a liquid that was heated and pressurized before being expelled through narrow bronze tubes called siphons. These tubes were often decorated with the heads of lions or other fierce creatures, making the weapon even more intimidating as liquid fire appeared to spew from the mouths of these beasts. We also know that Greek fire was primarily used in naval battles. Byzantine ships were equipped with special projection devices that allowed them to direct streams of fire at enemy vessels. Some accounts suggest that handheld versions similar to modern flamethrowers also existed, allowing Byzantine soldiers to deploy the weapon in close combat. The most distinctive and militarily valuable property of Greek fire was its ability to continue burning on water. This made it impossible for enemy sailors to extinguish by traditional means. Historical accounts suggest that it also adhered to surfaces, meaning that once a ship or person was hit, the fire was extremely difficult to remove. Some sources claim that only sand, vinegar, or old urine could extinguish it, not exactly materials readily available on a burning ship in the middle of combat. Modern scientists and historians have proposed numerous theories about the composition of Greek fire. One leading theory suggests that it contained petroleum, which was naturally seeping from the ground in areas controlled by the Byzantine Empire. This petroleum may have been refined and combined with pine resin and sulfur to create a napalm-like substance that would adhere to surfaces and resist water. Other theories propose more exotic ingredients. Some researchers believe Greek fire may have contained quicklime, which reacts violently with water and could explain why dousing the flames seemed to make them worse. Others suggest saltpeter, potassium nitrate, might have been included, which would make Greek fire one of the earliest examples of a substance similar to gunpowder being used in warfare. The delivery system remains almost as mysterious as the formula itself. Byzantine artwork shows devices that look similar to large syringes or pump systems, suggesting some kind of piston mechanism, was used to project the liquid under pressure. This would have been remarkably advanced technology for the medieval period, representing a level of engineering sophistication that wouldn't become common in Europe for centuries. In 2006, a team of chemists led by John Haldon at Princeton University attempted to recreate Greek fire based on available historical descriptions. Their experiments suggested that a mixture of light crude oil, pine resin, and sulfur could produce effects similar to those described in historical accounts when properly pressurized and ignited. However, they acknowledged that their recreation was speculative, and that the original formula might have contained additional ingredients or processing methods unknown to modern science. The loss of Greek fire represents one of history's great technological mysteries. How could such an important innovation simply vanish? The answer likely lies in the extreme secrecy surrounding its production. When the Byzantine Empire began its long decline, the specialized knowledge required to create Greek fire may have died with the families who guarded its secrets. Without written records or widespread understanding of the formula, the technology couldn't be preserved or rediscovered. By the time Constantinople finally fell to the Ottoman Turks in 1453, Greek fire had already faded from use, replaced by early gunpowder weapons that were easier to produce and deploy. The last confirmed use of Greek fire in battle was during the Arab siege of Constantinople in 717–718, though some historians believe it may have been used sporadically until the 12th century. The legacy of Greek fire extends beyond its military applications. It represents one of history's first examples of chemical warfare and demonstrates how a technological advantage can preserve a civilization against overwhelming odds. For centuries, the Byzantine Empire survived repeated invasions partly due to this single innovation. Without Greek fire, it's possible that Constantinople might have fallen hundreds of years earlier, dramatically altering the course of European and Middle Eastern history. The mystery of Greek fire also reminds us of history's fragility, how knowledge can be lost when societies prioritize secrecy over preservation. In our modern era of open-source technology and widespread information sharing, it's hard to imagine an innovation of similar importance simply vanishing. Yet Greek fire stands as a reminder that even the most impactful technologies can disappear if knowledge isn't properly preserved and transmitted. Perhaps somewhere in an undiscovered Byzantine manuscript or buried in the archives of Constantinople, now Istanbul, the secret of Greek fire still waits to be rediscovered. Until then, it remains one of history's great unsolved puzzles, a weapon of liquid fire that once turned the tide of history before fading into legend. But while Greek fire represents lost knowledge from a well-documented civilization, our next mystery comes from a culture that left few written records, challenging us to decipher meaning from a single, enigmatic artifact that has baffled experts for over a century. In the summer of 1908, Italian archaeologist Luigi Pernier was directing excavations at the ancient Minoan palace of Phaistos on the island of Crete, when his team made a discovery that continues to confound experts more than a century later. Buried in the basement of the palace complex, hidden away for nearly 4,000 years, lay a small clay disc approximately 16 centimeters in diameter, covered on both sides with an elaborate spiral of stamped symbols, unlike any writing system ever seen before or since. This artifact, now known as the Phaistos disc, represents one of archaeology's most enduring enigmas, the world's first known, printed document that no one can read. Despite more than 100 years of scholarly investigation, multiple attempts at decipherment, and the application of advanced technologies, the message encoded on this ancient disc remains as mysterious today as when it was first unearthed from the Cretan soil. What makes the Phaistos disc so remarkable isn't just its age, dating to around 1700 BCE during the Middle Minoan period, but the method of its creation. Unlike other ancient writing systems that were carved, incised, or painted by hand, the symbols on the Phaistos disc were created using individual stamps pressed into soft clay before it was fired. Each of the 241 symbols on the disc was made with 45 unique pictorial stamps, essentially making this the world's first example of movable type printing, a technology that wouldn't be reinvented in Europe until Gutenberg's printing press in the 15th century CE, more than 3,000 years later. The symbols themselves are incredibly detailed and distinctive. They depict human figures in various poses: a man with a mohawk-like hairstyle, a tattooed head, a woman with elaborate hair. There are animals including fish, birds, insects, and what appears to be a cat. Tools and weapons feature prominently: a bow, an arrow, a shield, a helmet, a hammer. Plants, buildings, and geometric shapes round out this mysterious pictorial language. Each symbol is crafted with remarkable precision, suggesting they were made by a skilled artisan using carefully carved stamps. The disc's layout adds another layer of intrigue. The symbols are arranged in a spiral pattern starting from the outside edge and working inward, with clear dividing lines creating 61 cells, or groups containing between 2 and 7 symbols each. These divisions suggest words or concepts, implying a structured language rather than decorative art. Small diagonal lines appear at regular intervals, possibly indicating word or phrase boundaries. Everything about the disc's organization implies intentional communication, a message meant to be read and understood. But what does it say? This question has spawned countless theories and attempted translations since the disc's discovery. The challenge of deciphering the Phaistos disc is particularly daunting because it appears to be unique. There are no other examples of this writing system to compare it with. While Crete has yielded other ancient scripts like Linear A and Linear B, the symbols on the Phaistos disc don't match these writing systems. It stands alone, a singular example of what might be an otherwise lost language or communication system. Some researchers have compared the Phaistos symbols to writing systems from nearby civilizations. There are superficial similarities to Anatolian hieroglyphs used in ancient Turkey, Egyptian hieroglyphics, and even symbols found in early Greek writing, but none provide a convincing match. The disc remains tantalizingly isolated, resistant to comparative analysis. The isolated nature of the disc has led some scholars to question its authenticity. Could it be an elaborate hoax? Most experts dismiss this possibility. The disc was discovered in a well-documented archaeological context, in an undisturbed layer that contained other Middle Minoan artifacts. The clay itself has been analyzed and is consistent with local Cretan materials from the period. Perhaps most convincingly, the technology required to create such uniform stamped symbols would have been extraordinarily advanced for an early 20th century forgery. Assuming its authenticity, what might the Phaistos disc actually say? Proposed interpretations range from the mundane to the extraordinary. Some scholars believe it contains a religious text, perhaps a hymn, prayer, or ritual instructions. Others suggest it might be a legal document, recording laws or a contract. Some interpretations veer toward the astronomical, proposing that the disc records celestial observations or serves as a calendar of some kind. One of the more creative theories, proposed by Greek historian Gareth Owens, suggests the disc contains a hymn to a Minoan goddess, possibly related to pregnancy or motherhood. His partial decipherment proposes that one side of the disc contains the phrase "pregnant mother" or "goddess," repeated several times. However, like all proposed translations, this remains speculative without additional examples of the writing system for confirmation. The method of reading the disc presents its own puzzle. Most researchers agree that it should be read from the outside toward the center, following the spiral arrangement of symbols. But should it be read clockwise or counterclockwise, from right to left or left to right? Without knowing the language represented, it's impossible to determine with certainty. Some scholars have even suggested that the disc might be read boustrophedon, alternating between left to right and right to left with each line, a reading style known from some ancient Greek inscriptions. The purpose of the disc is equally mysterious. Its careful creation using unique stamps suggests it wasn't a one-off document, but rather part of a broader writing tradition. The stamps themselves would have represented a significant investment of time and craftsmanship, implying they were intended for repeated use. Yet no other examples of documents created with these stamps have ever been found. Was the Phaistos disc part of a larger collection of similar texts that have been lost to time? Or was it a singular creation, perhaps experimental in nature? Some researchers have approached the disc not as text, but as some form of game board, musical notation, or even an astronomical device. Others have suggested it might represent a navigational tool, with the symbols indicating landmarks or sailing directions, essentially an ancient map in coded form. The variety of interpretations highlights how little we truly know about Minoan culture and how challenging it is to understand isolated artifacts without broader contextual evidence. The Minoan civilization itself adds another layer of mystery to the Phaistos disc. Flourishing on Crete from approximately 2700 to 1420 BCE, the Minoans created a sophisticated Bronze Age society with elaborate palaces, advanced art, complex trade networks, and multiple writing systems. Yet much of their culture remains enigmatic. Their primary language, represented in the undeciphered linear script, is still not understood. We know them primarily through their impressive material remains, rather than their own written records. This cultural context makes the Phaistos disc even more significant. If it could be deciphered, it might provide insights into Minoan religious beliefs, political structures, or historical events during a pivotal period in Mediterranean history. It might reveal connections between the Minoans and other ancient civilizations, or shed light on aspects of daily life that have left no other trace in the archaeological record. Modern technology has been applied to the disc in hopes of revealing new information. High-resolution imaging has allowed researchers to study the stamped impressions in unprecedented detail, confirming that they were indeed created with prefabricated stamps rather than by hand. Computational approaches have analyzed the frequency and patterns of symbols, seeking statistical clues about the underlying language structure. These analyses suggest that the disc likely represents a syllabic writing system with around 45 distinct syllables, similar in structure to Linear A and Linear B, though using different symbols. Some of the most promising recent work has focused not on translating the disc, but on understanding its manufacturing process. Studies of the impression depths and angles suggest the stamps were applied by a right-handed individual working in a consistent pattern. The clay has been analyzed to determine its firing temperature and composition, confirming its Cretan origin. These physical analyses don't tell us what the disc says, but they help establish its cultural context and creation method. Today, the Phaistos disc sits in a climate-controlled display case at the Heraclean Archaeological Museum in Crete, drawing visitors from around the world who are fascinated by its enigmatic symbols and the mystery they represent. It stands as a humbling reminder of how much knowledge from the ancient world remains beyond our grasp. Despite all our technological advances and scholarly efforts, these 241 stamped symbols from nearly 4,000 years ago continue to resist our attempts at understanding. Perhaps what makes the Phaistos disc so captivating is how it embodies the fragility of human communication across time. It represents someone's attempt to record information in a permanent form, to communicate across generations. Yet without the cultural context and linguistic knowledge needed to interpret these symbols, the message remains locked away, present before our eyes yet impossible to access. The disc raises profound questions about how much of our own communication might someday become equally incomprehensible to future civilizations. What aspects of our knowledge might become as mysterious to future archaeologists as the Phaistos disc is to us? How many other writing systems and languages have been lost to time, leaving no trace beyond dust and fragments? Until additional examples of this writing system are discovered, or until some breakthrough provides the key to its decipherment, the Phaistos disk will remain what it has been for over a century. One of archaeology's most elegant and enduring mysteries, a spiral of symbols spinning endlessly toward a center of meaning we cannot reach. While the Phaistos disk represents a mystery from across the ocean in ancient Europe, equally profound enigmas exist much closer to home. Just east of the Mississippi River, a lost American civilization created one of the continent's most impressive cities, only to abandon it suddenly and completely, leaving modern archaeologists to wonder what catastrophe could have ended such a thriving society virtually overnight. Beneath the suburbs of modern-day East St. Louis, Illinois, lies the remnants of what was once the largest and most sophisticated pre-Columbian city north of Mexico. At its peak around 1050 CE, Cahokia was home to more than 20,000 people, larger than contemporary London and a true metropolitan center with massive earthen pyramids, vast plazas, astronomical observatories, and evidence of advanced planning and social organization. Yet by 1350 CE, this thriving urban center had been completely abandoned, its population dispersed, its structures falling into disrepair, and its once bustling plazas reclaimed by vegetation. What caused the rapid collapse of this remarkable Native American civilization? How could a society capable of moving millions of cubic feet of earth, constructing enormous public works, and supporting a dense urban population simply disappear within the span of a few generations? The mystery of Cahokia's abandonment represents one of North America's most perplexing archaeological enigmas, a flourishing civilization that vanished almost without a trace, leaving behind only earthen mounds and scattered artifacts as testament to its former glory. Cahokia's story begins around 700 CE, when small agricultural communities in the fertile Mississippi floodplain began to coalesce into larger settlements. By 1050 CE, something remarkable had occurred, a massive urban transformation that archaeologists call the Big Bang. Almost overnight in archaeological terms, Cahokia exploded from a cluster of villages into a planned urban center with specialized neighborhoods, centralized authority, and monumental architecture that would dominate the region for 3 centuries. At the heart of this metropolis stood Monk's Mound, the largest prehistoric earthen construction in the Americas, a 4-terraced pyramid rising over 100 feet tall and covering 14 acres at its base. Built basket load by basket load without the use of wheels, draft animals, or metal tools, Monk's Mound required the movement of an estimated 22 million cubic feet of soil. A massive wooden building, likely a temple or elite residence, once crowned its summit, visible for miles across the flat Mississippi floodplain. Surrounding this central monument were more than 120 other mounds of various sizes and shapes, arranged in accordance with cardinal directions and celestial alignments. Between these earthworks stretched enormous public plazas, one covering 50 acres, where thousands could gather for ceremonies, markets, and community events. The entire city was laid out on a grid that aligned with solar movements, demonstrating sophisticated knowledge of astronomy and urban planning. Archaeological evidence reveals Cahokia as a complex society with specialized craft production, long-distance trade networks, and clear social stratification. Artifacts uncovered include finely crafted pottery, stone tools made from materials sourced hundreds of miles away, marine shell ornaments from the Gulf of Mexico, and copper from the Great Lakes region. Excavations have revealed distinct neighborhoods for elites, craftspeople, and commoners, suggesting a highly organized social structure. Perhaps most remarkable was Cahokia's wood hen, a series of large timber circles that functioned as solar calendars, posts aligned with the rising sun at solstices and equinoxes, allowing Cahokian astronomers to track seasonal changes crucial for agricultural cycles and religious observances. This sophisticated astronomical knowledge further demonstrates the cultural and intellectual achievements of this Mississippi civilization. Yet despite all these accomplishments, something went catastrophically wrong. By 1200 CE, Cahokia's population had begun to decline. Construction of new mounds ceased, and maintenance of existing structures became sporadic. By 1350 CE, the once great city stood abandoned, its population scattered across the landscape or migrated elsewhere. When French explorers arrived in the region in the late 1600s, they found only the silent earthen mounds, the civilization that built them long gone, their direct descendants difficult to identify among the diverse indigenous groups of the region. So what happened to Cahokia? Unlike the ancient Maya or Romans, the Cahokians left no written records to explain their society's collapse. With no indigenous accounts and the city abandoned centuries before European contact, archaeologists must piece together the story using only material evidence and environmental data. This has led to multiple competing theories about what triggered Cahokia's downfall. One leading hypothesis centers on environmental degradation and resource depletion. Supporting a dense urban population of 20,000 people, plus thousands more in surrounding settlements, would have placed enormous pressure on the local environment. Pollen records and soil studies suggest widespread deforestation occurred during Cahokia's peak, as trees were cleared for construction, fuel, and agricultural fields. This deforestation would have led to increased flooding, soil erosion, and reduced agricultural productivity. Analysis of lake bed sediments from the region shows evidence of several major flood events during Cahokia's decline phase. These floods may have damaged crops, homes, and infrastructure, challenging the city's ability to feed its population. Simultaneously, a cooling period known as the Little Ice Age began around 1300 CE, shortening the growing season and potentially reducing agricultural yields precisely when Cahokia needed them most. Other researchers point to social and political factors. Archaeological evidence suggests increasing social inequality over time, with elites consuming an ever larger share of resources while commoners struggled. The construction of a 2-mile-long palisade wall around Cahokia's central precinct, around 1200 CE, indicates rising conflict or insecurity. Multiple layers of this wall suggest it was rebuilt several times, pointing to persistent threats requiring significant defensive measures. Evidence of human sacrifice at Cahokia adds another disturbing dimension to its social dynamics. At Mound 72, archaeologists discovered the remains of more than 270 individuals, many of them young women who appear to have been sacrificed as part of elaborate rituals. These findings suggest powerful religious practices that may have become increasingly extreme as the society faced mounting challenges, potentially undermining social cohesion rather than reinforcing it. Health studies of Cahokian remains show increasing rates of nutritional deficiencies and infectious diseases over time, particularly among non-elites. Dense urban living without modern sanitation would have created perfect conditions for epidemics to spread rapidly. Some researchers have suggested that diseases, perhaps introduced through Cahokia's extensive trade networks, could have triggered devastating outbreaks, decimating the population and undermining confidence in the leadership and religious systems that failed to protect them. Climate change may have delivered the final blow. Tree ring studies and climate reconstructions indicate a series of severe droughts struck the Midwest between 1150 and 1350 CE, precisely during Cahokia's decline period. For a civilization dependent on maize agriculture, extended drought could have been catastrophic, leading to crop failures, food shortages, and political instability. Perhaps most intriguing is the possibility that Cahokia's collapse stemmed not from a single cause, but from a perfect storm of multiple interconnected crises. Environmental degradation may have made the landscape more vulnerable to climate shifts. Food shortages could have exacerbated social tensions and undermined political legitimacy. Health crises might have been interpreted as spiritual failures, further weakening established authority structures. Once this complex urban system began to unravel, it may have passed tipping points beyond which recovery became impossible. Some researchers suggest that rather than viewing Cahokia's abandonment as a collapse, we should see it as a deliberate dispersal, a rational response to changing environmental and social conditions. Perhaps Cahokians recognized the unsustainability of their urban experiment and intentionally returned to smaller, more sustainable settlement patterns. Archaeological evidence shows that while the city itself was abandoned, many cultural practices associated with Cahokia spread throughout the southeast and Midwest in subsequent centuries, suggesting a diaspora rather than a disappearance. The fate of Cahokia's people remains equally mysterious. While the city was abandoned, its inhabitants didn't simply vanish. They likely dispersed across the landscape, joining other communities or establishing new settlements elsewhere. Cultural elements associated with Mississippian civilization continued in various forms among many indigenous groups of the eastern woodlands, including the Natchez, Cherokee, Creek, and others encountered by European colonizers centuries later. But no single modern tribe can be identified as the direct and exclusive descendants of the Cahokians. Their legacy was fragmented and transformed through centuries of migration, cultural change, and later disruptions caused by European colonization. What makes Cahokia's story particularly poignant is how completely it had faded from collective memory by the time Europeans arrived. When French missionaries encountered the mounds in the late 1600s, local indigenous groups knew the structures were ancient, but attributed them to earlier peoples. The sophisticated urban civilization that had once dominated the region had been forgotten, even in oral tradition. Early American settlers, unable to believe that indigenous peoples could have built such monumental works, attributed the mounds to lost European civilizations, or even one of the lost tribes of Israel. Anything but acknowledging the architectural achievements of Native Americans. Only in the 20th century did archaeological investigations reveal Cahokia's true significance as North America's first true city. Today, much of ancient Cahokia is preserved as a UNESCO World Heritage Site, though significant portions have been destroyed by modern development. Monk's Mound still stands, though smaller than its original height due to erosion. Visitors can walk the same plazas where thousands once gathered and look out from the summit where Cahokian leaders once presided over a vast urban landscape. The mystery of Cahokia's abandonment holds particular relevance today as we face our own environmental challenges and social stresses. Here was a society that achieved remarkable things: monumental architecture, urban planning, astronomical knowledge, yet proved unable to sustain itself over the long term. Whether undone by environmental degradation, climate change, social inequality, conflict, disease, or some combination of these factors, Cahokia's story serves as a powerful reminder of how even advanced societies can collapse when multiple stresses overwhelm their adaptive capacity. Perhaps the most important lesson from Cahokia is how quickly the achievements of an entire civilization can be forgotten. For centuries, the largest pre-Columbian city north of Mexico sat hidden in plain sight, its mounds mistaken for natural features or attributed to mythical builders. Its very existence challenges our understanding of indigenous North American history and reminds us that other lost civilizations may still await discovery. Their monuments misunderstood, their achievements forgotten, their stories waiting to be retold. As archaeological techniques advance and researchers apply new technologies to old questions, we may yet uncover more pieces of Cahokia's puzzle. Ground-penetrating radar, LiDAR scanning, Ancient DNA analysis and isotope studies offer promising avenues for future discovery. But some aspects of Cahokia's story may remain forever mysterious, lost to time along with the voices of those who built, lived in, and ultimately abandoned this remarkable American city. Each earthen mound at Cahokia contains clues, layers of soil carefully placed by human hands 1,000 years ago, artifacts left behind in moments of ceremony or daily life, traces of structures that once stood tall against the prairie sky. These silent witnesses hold secrets about a sophisticated society that flourished and failed long before European contact would transform the continent forever. The story of Cahokia reminds us that human history is not a simple narrative of progress. Civilizations rise and fall, leaving behind fragments for future generations to puzzle over. The massive earthworks of this Mississippi metropolis stand as both monument and warning, testament to human ingenuity and ambition, but also to the fragility of even the most impressive societies when faced with environmental and social challenges they cannot overcome. Perhaps somewhere among the indigenous communities of the American Midwest and South, cultural memories of Cahokia persist, fragments of knowledge passed down through centuries despite displacement, disease, and cultural disruption. The mystery of what happened to this great city may someday be answered not just through archaeology, but through the preserved wisdom of those whose ancestors witnessed its glory and its fall. Until then, Cahokia's abandoned plazas and silent mounds will continue to puzzle and inspire us, reminding us that the North American continent holds histories as complex and sophisticated as those of any part of the world, and that sometimes the most profound mysteries lie not in distant lands, but in the soil beneath our very feet. From dinosaurs carved in stone to weapons that burned on water, from enigmatic discs that can't be read to magnificent cities abandoned for reasons we still debate, these ancient mysteries continue to challenge our understanding of human history and capability. They remind us that for all our modern knowledge and technology, the past still holds secrets that elude our grasp, waiting for new discoveries, new technologies, or new perspectives to finally bring them to light. Each mystery we've explored represents not just an unsolved puzzle, but a window into the ingenuity, adaptability, and complexity of our ancestors. Whether these mysteries are ever fully solved or remain eternal questions, they serve an important purpose, reminding us that human history is far richer, stranger, and more surprising than we often imagine. The ancient world continues to speak to us across the centuries, if only we have the patience and humility to listen. Among the many mysteries of our ancient past, perhaps none is more tantalizing than an entire language lost to time, words, and meanings we can see but cannot understand. The Harappan script remains one of archaeology's greatest unsolved puzzles, a collection of symbols that continue to guard the secrets of one of humanity's oldest civilizations. The Indus Valley Civilization, also known as the Harappan Civilization, thrived across parts of modern-day Pakistan and northwest India from approximately 3300 to 1300 BCE. At its peak, this remarkable Bronze Age culture built sophisticated cities with advanced urban planning, complex drainage systems, and standardized weights and measures that suggest a highly organized society. Their largest cities, Mohenjo-Daro and Harappa, housed tens of thousands of people in grid-patterned streets with multi-story buildings and public baths that rivaled any contemporary civilization in Mesopotamia or Egypt. Yet despite all we've uncovered about their advanced architecture and intricate artifacts, we still cannot read a single sentence they wrote. The Harappan script consists of approximately 400 distinct symbols found on thousands of small clay seals, pottery, copper tablets, and other artifacts excavated throughout the Indus Valley region. Most inscriptions are extremely short, containing just 4 or 5 characters, with the longest being only 26 symbols. The brevity of these inscriptions has proven to be one of the greatest obstacles to decipherment. What makes the Harappan script so difficult to crack? For one, we have no equivalent of the Rosetta Stone, that crucial key that allowed scholars to finally decipher Egyptian hieroglyphics. The Rosetta Stone contained the same text written in 3 scripts: hieroglyphics, Demotic Egyptian, and Ancient Greek. Since scholars could read Ancient Greek, they could work backward to understand the meaning of the hieroglyphics. But for the Harappan script, we have no bilingual texts, no translations, nothing to give us that crucial first foothold into understanding. Another complication is that we don't even know what language family the Harappan script belongs to. Was it Proto-Dravidian, related to modern South Indian languages like Tamil or Malayalam? Was it an early form of Indo-European, connected to Sanskrit? Or was it something else entirely, a language family that has since disappeared? Without knowing the underlying language, decipherment becomes exponentially more difficult. Some researchers have suggested that the script isn't a fully developed writing system at all. They propose that the symbols may be more like emblems or religious icons that conveyed meaning without representing specific words or sounds. This would explain why most inscriptions are so short, and why there seems to be relatively little variation in the arrangements of symbols. Perhaps the seals were more like modern logos or family crests than actual written records. But this theory has its critics. Other scholars point out that the Harappan symbols show patterns consistent with true writing systems. The symbols appear in consistent orders and combinations that suggest grammatical rules. There are also signs that certain symbols might function as prefixes or suffixes, much like in modern languages. Computer analysis has revealed statistical patterns that strongly suggest the symbols represent language rather than mere pictorial representations. The mystery deepened in 2014 when researchers at the University of Washington analyzed the pattern of symbols and found that the Harappan script follows what's known as Zipf's law, a linguistic pattern found in virtually all known languages. This suggests that the symbols are indeed part of a writing system rather than just religious or political emblems. Over the decades, there have been numerous attempts at decipherment, each claiming to have cracked the code. In the 1960s, Finnish scholars tried to link the script to Proto-Dravidian languages. Soviet researchers in the 1970s attempted to connect it to Proto-Slavic. More recently, Indian scholars have proposed connections to Sanskrit and early Brahmi script, yet none of these proposed decipherments has gained widespread acceptance in the archaeological community. What's particularly frustrating is that we're likely missing crucial context that would help us understand the script. Writing doesn't exist in a vacuum. It's part of a society's cultural fabric. Without understanding the specific religious beliefs, social structures, and cultural practices of the Harappan people, many potential clues to decipherment remain hidden from us. Some of the most promising recent work has come from computational linguistics. Researchers are now using advanced computer algorithms to analyze patterns in the symbols, looking for regularities that might escape human observation. These approaches have already helped identify potential word boundaries and recurring phrases, which could eventually lead to breakthroughs in understanding. Another intriguing possibility lies in DNA research. As genetic testing of ancient Harappan remains continues, we may gain insights into their population movements and connections to other groups. If we can establish clear genetic links between the Harappan people and modern populations, it might narrow down which language families are most likely candidates for the script. What would it mean if we finally decoded the Harappan script? The implications would be enormous. We might finally read the thoughts, beliefs, and histories of a civilization that has been silent for over 4,000 years. We could learn about their religious practices, their political systems, their scientific knowledge, and their cultural values. We might discover literature, poetry, or philosophical texts that could transform our understanding of early human thought. The decipherment could also reshape our understanding of the ancient world more broadly. The Indus Valley civilization was contemporary with ancient Egypt and Mesopotamia, and there's evidence of trade between these cultures. Being able to read Harappan texts might reveal previously unknown connections and exchanges of ideas between these early civilizations. Perhaps most tantalizing is the possibility that decipherment could explain the civilization's mysterious decline. Around 1900 BCE, the major urban centers began to be abandoned, and by 1300 BCE, the civilization had largely disappeared. Was it climate change, invasion, disease, political collapse? The answer might be written in those undeciphered symbols. Some scholars worry that we may never crack the code. The inscriptions may simply be too short and too limited in variety to provide enough linguistic data for a definitive solution. Without a bilingual text, the challenge might be insurmountable. It's even possible that the underlying language has no modern descendants, leaving us without any linguistic touchstones to guide decipherment. Yet the history of archaeology gives us reason for hope. Egyptian hieroglyphics were considered undecipherable for centuries until the discovery of the Rosetta Stone. Linear B, an ancient script used in Crete, remained mysterious until Michael Ventris made his breakthrough in the 1950s. Perhaps somewhere in the vast Indus Valley region, buried beneath millennia of Earth, lies a longer text, a bilingual inscription, or some other key that will finally unlock the secrets of the Harappan script. Until that day comes, these ancient symbols continue to stare back at us across the millennia, tantalizingly close yet frustratingly mute. They remind us that despite all our technological advances and scientific knowledge, some mysteries of the ancient world remain beyond our grasp. The Harappan script stands as a humbling reminder of how much of human history has been lost to time, and how many stories remain untold. What secrets does this ancient script hold? What knowledge, what wisdom, what stories might be waiting to be rediscovered? For now, the symbols keep their silence, but archaeologists, linguists, and computer scientists continue their quest to give voice to this lost language. Perhaps one day, we will finally hear what the ancient people of the Indus Valley have been waiting over 4 millennia to tell us. Deep in the remote reaches of China's Qinghai province, nestled between the Qumran Mountains and Tasin Lake, lies an archaeological enigma that has baffled scientists for decades. The Baigong pipes are a series of metallic tube-like structures embedded in the face of Mount Baigong, seemingly impossible artifacts that challenge our understanding of ancient technology and human capability. These mysterious pipes have become one of the most contentious archaeological discoveries in modern history, spawning theories ranging from the scientific to the extraterrestrial. Mount Baigong stands about 2 hours southwest of the city of Delingha, in an isolated, harsh landscape that sees few visitors. The mountain itself contains a triangular-shaped cave, and it's within and around this cave that the mysterious pipes can be found. They appear to radiate outward from the mountain in a systematic pattern, with some running into nearby Tasin Lake. What makes these pipes particularly puzzling is not just their location, but their apparent age and composition. The pipes vary in diameter from as small as a toothpick to as large as 16 inches across. They appear to be embedded deeply into the rock and arranged in an orderly fashion that suggests deliberate placement rather than natural formation. Some are clustered together, while others run parallel to each other with surprisingly consistent spacing. Samples collected from the site have been dated using thermoluminescence methods, with some scientists suggesting they could be as old as 150,000 years. This date presents an immediate problem for conventional archaeology. According to mainstream historical understanding, humans in that region 150,000 years ago were primitive hunter-gatherers with stone tools, not metallurgists capable of producing sophisticated pipe networks. If the dating is accurate, these pipes would predate the earliest known metal use in China by more than 145,000 years. When Chinese scientists first analyzed the composition of the pipes in the early 2000s, they found something equally perplexing. The pipes contained a mixture of iron oxide, silicon dioxide, and calcium oxide. Most strangely, They also contained 8% unknown material that couldn't be readily identified with the technology available at the time. Some of the pipes appeared to be highly oxidized iron, while others contained what seemed to be a mixture of iron and an unusual crystalline material. What purpose could these pipes have served? Various theories have been proposed over the years. Some researchers suggest they might have been part of an ancient astronomical observatory, perhaps used to study the stars or track celestial movements. Others propose they could have been components of a sophisticated water management system, designed to channel underground water or prevent erosion. The Chinese Academy of Sciences sent researchers to investigate the site in 2002. Their findings were intriguing but inconclusive. While they confirmed the existence of the pipe-like structures both inside the cave and extending toward the lake, they couldn't definitively determine their origin or purpose. Some of the research teams suggested the pipes might be fossilized tree roots that had undergone a process of natural iron enrichment and mineralization over millennia. This natural explanation has gained some traction in scientific circles. In other parts of the world, similar pipe-like structures have been found that were created when iron-rich groundwater flowed through the hollow centers of tree roots. Over time, as the organic material of the roots decayed, it was replaced by minerals, creating metallic tube-like formations. The process, known as pseudo-artifacts, can create objects that appear remarkably manufactured. Yet many aspects of the Baigong pipes don't easily fit this natural explanation. The pipes show signs of uniform thickness and appear to have been cut at precise angles. Some observers have noted that they seem to have been connected using some kind of mortar or sealant. Most puzzling is their organized distribution, with pipes running in parallel formations and apparently converging at specific points, suggesting purpose and design rather than random natural processes. Adding to the mystery is the remote location. Mount Baigong sits more than 10,000 feet above sea level in an inhospitable environment. If these were indeed manufactured by an ancient civilization, why build such an elaborate structure in such a challenging location? And how could they have achieved this level of metallurgical expertise tens of thousands of years before metalworking was supposed to have been invented? These questions have led some researchers toward more controversial explanations. Ancient astronaut theorists suggest the pipes might be remnants of extraterrestrial technology, perhaps part of a landing site or communication array built by visitors from another world. Others speculate they could be evidence of a highly advanced prehistoric civilization on Earth that predates all known archaeological records, a lost technological society that vanished in some ancient cataclysm. The Chinese government has taken notice of the site's growing fame and potential tourism value. In recent years, they've developed the area as the ET Relics Park, embracing the more sensational interpretations of the pipes. Yet serious scientific investigation continues alongside the tourism development. More recent analysis has suggested another possibility, that the pipes might be significantly younger than initially believed. Some researchers now propose they could be the remains of an ancient foundry where early metalworkers processed iron ore. The unusual composition could be explained by the mixing of natural minerals during primitive smelting attempts. This would place the pipes within the timeline of known Chinese metallurgy, around 5,000 years ago, making them remarkable but not impossible within the conventional archaeological framework. However, this explanation still doesn't account for all the unusual features of the site. The systematic arrangement of the pipes, their extension into the lake, and their embedding within solid rock remain difficult to explain even with advanced ancient metalworking techniques. One of the most frustrating aspects of the Baigong pipes mystery is the limited scientific investigation that has been conducted. The remote location makes thorough research challenging, and until recently, Chinese authorities were hesitant to allow extensive foreign scientific teams access to the site. This has created a gap in knowledge that has been filled with speculation and alternative theories. What would a definitive investigation of the Baigong pipes require? Comprehensive geological surveys using ground-penetrating radar could map the full extent of the pipe network beneath the surface. Advanced metallurgical analysis using technologies like mass spectrometry could precisely identify the composition of the pipes and potentially reveal manufacturing techniques. Systematic dating using multiple methods could establish a more certain chronology. Until such thorough scientific work is completed, the Baigong pipes will remain in that tantalizing gray area between established archaeology and unexplained mystery. They challenge us to keep an open mind about our ancient past, while demanding rigorous evidence before accepting extraordinary claims. Are they the product of natural geological processes that just happen to mimic human engineering? Are they the work of an ancient Chinese civilization with metallurgical knowledge far ahead of its time? Or could they indeed be evidence of something more extraordinary, something that would rewrite our understanding of Earth's history? Perhaps the answer lies somewhere in between these extremes. Throughout history, many archaeological mysteries have eventually found explanations that bridge the gap between the conventional and the extraordinary. The Baigong pipes may yet prove to be such a case, revealing not aliens or lost supercivilizations, but rather the ingenuity of ancient humans who were more resourceful and technically skilled than we've given them credit for. Whatever the ultimate explanation, the Baigong pipes remind us that our planet still holds secrets, that the story of human civilization is far from completely told, and that sometimes the most fascinating mysteries lie not in distant stars, but embedded in the rock beneath our feet, waiting for the right combination of technology and curiosity to reveal their true nature. Deep within the ancient temple of Hathor at Dendera, Egypt, lies one of archaeology's most controversial enigmas. Carved into the stone walls of a crypt beneath the temple are bizarre relief carvings that have sparked intense debate among historians, Egyptologists, and alternative researchers for decades. These carvings, known as the Dendera light bulbs, appear to depict large, elongated objects resembling modern electric light bulbs, complete with what looks like filaments inside and cables extending from their bases. The Temple of Hathor was built during the Ptolemaic period, with construction beginning around 54 BCE, though the site itself had been sacred to the goddess Hathor since much earlier times. The mysterious reliefs are located specifically in a subterranean crypt on the eastern side of the temple. What makes these carvings so controversial is not just their bulb-like appearance, but also the implications if they truly represent electrical technology in ancient Egypt, technology that, according to conventional history, would not be invented for another 1,800 years. The relief carvings show what appears to be a large bulb-shaped object supported by a pillar-like base. Inside this bulb-like structure is a squiggly line that resembles a filament. From the base extends a cord-like object that connects to what some interpret as a power source. Most strikingly, the entire assembly bears an uncanny resemblance to a Crookes tube, an early electrical discharge lamp and precursor to modern fluorescent lighting. Adding to the mystery, accompanying these images are hieroglyphic texts that refer to Jed pillars and giving light. The carvings are part of a larger scene depicting Egyptian priests handling these objects in what appears to be some kind of ceremonial context. In several depictions, a god named Harappan, represented as a snake, emerges from the lotus flower inside the bulb, while other gods hold the apparatuses. Conventional Egyptologists and archaeologists offer a straightforward explanation for these curious carvings. According to mainstream interpretation, they represent aspects of Egyptian mythology related to creation and rebirth. The bulb is actually a lotus flower, symbolizing creation and rebirth in Egyptian cosmology. The filament is the serpent god emerging from the lotus, and the cable is actually the stem of the lotus flower. The Jed pillar, often interpreted as the power source, is a well-known symbol representing stability in Egyptian iconography. Dr. Rosalie David, keeper of Egyptology at the Manchester Museum, explains that these images represent a mythological moment when the snake god emerges from the lotus at the beginning of time, a common motif in Egyptian creation myths. The unusual appearance, she argues, is simply due to the symbolic nature of Egyptian art, which was never intended to be realistic, but rather to convey theological concepts. However, proponents of alternative theories see something else entirely in these reliefs. They point out the remarkable structural similarity between the Dendera carvings and modern electrical lighting devices. The bulbous shape, the apparent filament, and what looks like a cable are all strikingly similar to early electric lights. These researchers ask, could ancient Egyptians have possessed knowledge of electricity thousands of years before its modern discovery? Ancient astronaut theorists take this idea further, suggesting that the Dendera light bulbs might be evidence of advanced technology provided by extraterrestrial visitors, or inherited from an earlier, technologically sophisticated civilization that has been lost to history. They point to other seemingly anachronistic Egyptian achievements, such as their sophisticated astronomy, precise engineering, and advanced medical knowledge, as supporting evidence for their hypothesis. Some independent researchers have attempted to recreate what they believe the Dendera light bulbs might have been. In the 1990s, German engineers Walter Garn and Reinhard Habeck constructed a working model based on the Dendera reliefs, using a Crookes tube with high-voltage cables. When activated, their model produced light, leading them to suggest that ancient Egyptians might have used similar technology for illuminating the interiors of their temples and tombs. This raises an intriguing question. If the ancient Egyptians did possess electrical technology, why is there no other archaeological evidence to support this? Where are the generators, the wiring systems, the burn marks, or other physical evidence that would inevitably accompany the use of electrical devices? Critics of the ancient electricity theory point to this lack of physical evidence as a fatal flaw in the hypothesis. Moreover, we have extensive knowledge of how the Egyptians actually illuminated their temples and tombs. They used oil lamps, torches, and ingenious systems of mirrors to direct sunlight into interior spaces. These methods are well documented both in artistic depictions and in the archaeological record, with thousands of actual lamps having been recovered from Egyptian sites. If they had electrical lighting, why would they continue to use these more primitive methods? Another compelling argument against the electrical interpretation comes from examining the broader context of the reliefs. The Dendera carvings are not isolated images, but part of a larger narrative scene depicting aspects of Egyptian cosmology and religion. Similar motifs appear in other Egyptian temples and tombs, though perhaps not with the particular configuration that makes the Dendera examples so striking. Some Egyptologists suggest that the unusual appearance of the Dendera reliefs might be the result of cultural syncretism during the Ptolemaic period, when Greek influence was strong in Egypt. The Ptolemaic era saw many innovations in Egyptian artistic representation, with Greek and Egyptian styles sometimes blending in novel ways. Could the bulb-like appearance simply be a result of this artistic evolution rather than evidence of ancient technology? Yet those who favor the electrical interpretation point to intriguing historical accounts that hint at unusual lighting in ancient Egypt. Herodotus, writing in the 5th century BCE, mentioned ever-burning lamps in Egyptian temples that supposedly burned continuously for years without refueling. Similar accounts appear in other ancient texts, describing mysterious light sources in temples and tombs that seem to defy conventional explanation. Could these accounts be referring to electrical lighting, or are they simply exaggerations or misunderstandings by ancient writers? No physical evidence of these ever-burning lamps has ever been discovered, leading most historians to dismiss them as legends or misinterpretations of ordinary lighting methods. Another fascinating angle to consider is whether the ancient Egyptians might have discovered some limited form of electrical phenomenon without developing full-fledged electrical technology as we understand it today. Some researchers have suggested that priests might have created static electricity or other electrical effects for religious ceremonies, perhaps using materials like amber or specialized metals that can generate electrical charges when rubbed together. The Baghdad Battery, discovered in Iraq and dating to the Parthian period, roughly 250 BCE to 224 CE, shows that ancient peoples in the region might have created simple electrical cells, though their purpose remains debated. Could the Egyptians have developed similar devices for ceremonial purposes without ever applying them to practical lighting on a large scale? The debate over the Dendera light bulbs touches on a broader question in archaeology. How do we interpret ancient artifacts and images when they appear to depict technology that shouldn't have existed at that time? Do we assume our conventional historical timeline is incorrect? Do we look for alternative explanations within the known cultural context? Or do we consider more radical hypotheses about lost knowledge or external influence? The Dendera reliefs remain a fascinating mystery precisely because they resist easy categorization. They are detailed enough to suggest electrical devices to modern eyes, yet embedded within a rich mythological context that offers alternative explanations. They have become a Rorschach test of sorts for how we view ancient civilizations, either as societies with occasional insights that seem ahead of their time but ultimately limited by their era, or as inheritors of advanced knowledge whose true extent we have yet to fully appreciate. Whether the Dendera light bulbs represent actual electrical technology, symbolic religious imagery, or something in between, they continue to illuminate our ongoing fascination with ancient Egypt and the enduring mysteries of its remarkable civilization. They remind us that history is rarely as straightforward as we might assume, and that ancient peoples, working within their own knowledge systems and worldviews, were capable of creating works that continue to challenge and perplex us thousands of years later. Beneath the soft volcanic rock of Turkey's Cappadocia region lies an engineering marvel that defies easy explanation. The underground city of Derinkuyu extends more than 250 feet beneath the Earth's surface, with at least 18 distinct levels of tunnels, rooms, and passageways carved into the stone. This vast subterranean complex once housed an estimated 20,000 people, complete with living quarters, stables, wells, ventilation shafts, religious spaces, and storage areas. A complete underground society hidden from the world above. First rediscovered in modern times in 1963, when a local resident renovating his home broke through a wall and stumbled upon a mysterious room that led to a passageway. Derinkuyu is just one of over 200 underground complexes found throughout the Cappadocia region. But it is by far the largest and most sophisticated, raising profound questions about who built it, when, and why they would undertake such a monumental project. The conventional archaeological explanation attributes Derinkuyu to the Phrygians, an Indo-European people who may have begun construction around the 8th to 7th centuries BCE. Later, during the Byzantine period between the 5th and 10th centuries CE, Christians in the region significantly expanded the underground city, using it as a refuge from Arab-Muslim raiders during the Arab-Byzantine Wars. This timeline places the major construction of Derinkuyu within the scope of known historical civilizations. Yet many aspects of Derinkuyu's construction remain puzzling even within this conventional framework. The engineering knowledge required to create such an extensive underground structure was remarkably sophisticated. The builders had to solve complex problems of structural integrity, ventilation, water supply, and defense, all while working with primitive tools to carve through solid rock. The ventilation system alone represents an astonishing feat of ancient engineering. More than 50 ventilation shafts penetrate from the surface down through multiple levels, providing fresh air to even the deepest sections of the city. These shafts were designed not only to supply oxygen, but also to regulate temperature and humidity throughout the complex. Modern engineers have calculated that the system maintained surprisingly consistent air quality throughout the entire structure, an achievement that would challenge even contemporary mining engineers. The defensive capabilities of Derinkuyu are equally impressive. Each level could be sealed off from the others using massive stone doors, circular rolling stones weighing up to 1,000 pounds that could be moved into position from the inside, but were nearly impossible to open from the outside. These stone doors created an impenetrable barrier between levels, allowing the inhabitants to retreat deeper into the complex during attacks while abandoning upper levels to invaders. The city's water supply system shows equal ingenuity. A massive well shaft extends from the surface all the way to the lowest level, but was constructed with a clever design that prevented enemies from poisoning the water supply. Access to the well could be cut off from each level, ensuring that even if attackers breached the upper sections, they couldn't contaminate the water for those sheltering below. Storage areas for food and livestock would have allowed the population to survive underground for months if necessary. Wine and oil presses, cellars, stables, and communal dining halls all point to a community prepared for extended periods of isolation. The complex even contained religious spaces, including a cruciform church on the lowest level with a ceiling nearly 15 feet high. But who possessed the knowledge and resources to create such a marvel? The conventional attribution to the Phrygians and later Byzantine Christians explains the who, but not necessarily the how. The technical knowledge required to engineer such a complex structure raises questions about the capabilities of these historical cultures. Some researchers have suggested that the original excavation might date back even further, perhaps to the Hittite period around 1600 BCE, with subsequent cultures expanding and repurposing existing structures. Others point to local legends that attribute the initial construction to an even earlier period. According to some traditional accounts, the underground cities of Cappadocia were first built by a mysterious people called the Rephaim, or giants mentioned in ancient Hittite texts. While such legends are not considered historical evidence by mainstream archaeologists, they do suggest a recognition that the origins of these structures might predate currently accepted chronologies. Alternative researchers have proposed more controversial theories. Some suggest that Derinkuyu's origins could be connected to the mythical civilization described by Plato as Atlantis, whose survivors supposedly dispersed throughout the world following a cataclysmic flood. Others have linked it to the even more ancient city of Göbekli Tepe in southeastern Turkey, which dates back to approximately 9500 BCE. And has forced archaeologists to reconsider the timeline of advanced human civilization. Such theories remain highly speculative, but they highlight the genuine archaeological mystery that Derinkuyu presents. The scale, complexity, and sophistication of the underground city seem at odds with what we know about the technological capabilities of the cultures conventionally credited with its construction. The question of why Derinkuyu was built is somewhat clearer. The defensive features strongly suggest that protection from enemies was a primary concern. The Cappadocia region has long been a crossroads of competing civilizations and marauding armies. From the Hittites to the Persians, Greeks, Romans, and various Islamic empires, central Anatolia has frequently found itself caught between powerful rival forces. For early Christians during the Byzantine period, the underground cities offered shelter during times of religious persecution and raids from the expanding Arab Muslim empires. Historical records confirm that thousands of Christians took refuge in these subterranean complexes during the Arab-Byzantine wars of the 7th and 8th centuries CE. Yet some aspects of Derinkuyu's design suggest it might have served purposes beyond mere emergency shelter. The elaborate living quarters, communal spaces, and religious areas indicate that it was designed for extended habitation, not just temporary refuge. Some researchers have suggested it might have been used as a center for religious training or initiation rituals, particularly during the early Christian period, when such practices often needed to be conducted away from hostile authorities. Others have proposed more radical theories, suggesting that Derinkuyu might have been built as shelter from environmental catastrophes rather than human enemies. Some alternative researchers point to ancient legends of cataclysmic events like comet impacts, volcanic winters, or extreme climate shifts that might have driven populations underground for extended periods. While mainstream archaeology does not generally support these interpretations, they highlight the fact that the true original purpose of Derinkuyu remains open to debate. Another puzzling aspect of Derinkuyu is its connection to other underground cities in the region. A tunnel stretching for miles reportedly connects Derinkuyu to another underground city, Göbekli, suggesting a vast network of subterranean communities linked together. The full extent of this network remains unknown, as many of the tunnels have collapsed or remain unexplored. The sheer number of underground structures in Cappadocia, over 200 have been identified so far, suggests this wasn't an isolated phenomenon, but rather a regional adaptation to some persistent threat or environmental condition. What would drive an entire region's population to invest the enormous resources required to carve living spaces deep into solid rock? Modern archaeological techniques have begun to provide new insights into these questions. Ground-penetrating radar and other non-invasive scanning technologies have revealed previously unknown chambers and passageways within Derinkuyu and other underground cities. Carbon dating of artifacts and organic materials found within the complexes has helped refine the chronology of their use and expansion. Yet much about Derinkuyu remains shrouded in mystery. Only about 10% of the underground city has been excavated and made accessible to researchers and tourists. The deeper levels remain largely unexplored, potentially holding clues that could resolve some of the lingering questions about its origins and purpose. The underground city of Derinkuyu stands as a testament to human ingenuity and adaptability. Whether built by known historical civilizations or by earlier, less well-documented cultures, it represents an extraordinary achievement in ancient engineering and urban planning. Its massive scale, sophisticated design, and clever solutions to complex problems of ventilation, water supply, and defense would be impressive even by modern standards. As archaeological techniques continue to advance and more of the complex is excavated and studied, we may finally gain clearer answers about who built this remarkable underground world and why they chose to create a city beneath the earth rather than upon it. Until then, Derinkuyu remains one of archaeology's most fascinating enigmas, a place where ancient stone walls and passageways still guard the secrets of their creators. The Dead Sea Scrolls are among the most significant archaeological discoveries of the 20th century. Ancient texts preserved in caves for nearly 2,000 years, most containing religious writings that transformed our understanding of early Judaism and Christianity. But among these sacred documents lies something entirely different, something that reads more like a treasure hunter's dream than a religious text. The Copper Scroll of Qumran stands apart from all other Dead Sea Scrolls, not just in content, but in its very composition. Unlike the other scrolls written on parchment or papyrus, this unique artifact was engraved on thin sheets of copper, rolled together and oxidized over millennia until it became too brittle to unroll without destroying it. When archaeologists discovered it in Cave 3 near Qumran in 1952, they faced an impossible dilemma: how to read what was written inside without destroying the scroll itself. It took years before technology provided an answer. The scroll was carefully cut into 23 segments at a laboratory in Manchester, England, allowing scholars to finally read its mysterious contents. What they found wasn't prayers or religious teachings, but something that has puzzled researchers ever since: a detailed list of 64 locations where enormous treasures were supposedly hidden. The text describes with surprising precision vast quantities of gold, silver, and other valuables, estimated by some scholars to be worth billions in today's currency. One entry mentions 70 talents of silver hidden in a cistern under a colonnaded pool in a place called Kolet. Another speaks of priestly vestments and vessels buried in a cave near a valley. The scroll meticulously catalogs location after location, describing landmarks, measurements, and depths where these treasures were buried. But here's where the mystery deepens. Unlike most ancient treasure maps filled with vague directions and mythical references, the copper scroll provides specific measurements, landmarks, and quantities that suggest whoever created it actually knew what they were talking about. The author uses terms for weights and distances that match known measurements from the time period. They reference real locations that archaeologists have identified across ancient Judea. So who created this unusual document, and why go to such extraordinary lengths to preserve it? The copper itself was valuable in the ancient world. Using it merely as writing material would have been incredibly expensive, suggesting whatever information it contained was worth preserving at almost any cost. Many scholars believe the copper scroll dates to around 68 to 70 Common Era, during the First Jewish Revolt against Rome. This was a time of extraordinary crisis for the Jewish people, as Roman legions surrounded Jerusalem and prepared for a siege that would ultimately destroy the Second Temple. In those desperate times, temple priests and rebels alike would have had strong motivation to hide their treasures from approaching Roman forces. Some historians suggest the scroll documents the emergency measures taken to protect the vast wealth of the Jerusalem temple before its destruction. The treasures listed could represent the accumulated offerings and sacred items from Judaism's holiest site, hidden away in the hopes they could be recovered once the conflict ended. Others believe the list might document the wealth of the Essene community who lived at Qumran, or perhaps treasures gathered by Jewish revolutionaries to fund their resistance against Rome. The specificity of the directions has tantalized treasure hunters and archaeologists alike. One entry reads, "In the fortress which is in the Vale of Achor, 40 cubits under the steps entering to the east, a money chest and its contents, of a weight of 17 talents. Another states, "In the court of the column, covered by the darkness, descending 41 cubits, silver and gold vessels for tithe, sprinkling basins, cups, sacrificial bowls, libation vessels, in all 609 pieces." The precision suggests these weren't mythical treasures, but real valuables hidden with the urgent hope they could be retrieved later. But if that's true, why weren't they recovered? What happened to the people who knew their locations? Some historians believe the creators of the scroll never survived the Roman conquest to retrieve their hidden wealth. The Roman destruction of Jerusalem in 70 Common Era was catastrophic, with massive casualties among the Jewish population. Perhaps those who knew the scroll's secrets perished in the conflict, taking their knowledge to their graves. Another possibility is that the Romans themselves discovered some of these treasures. Historical accounts describe enormous amounts of gold and silver carried back to Rome after the fall of Jerusalem. The famous Arch of Titus in Rome even depicts Roman soldiers carrying the sacred menorah and other temple treasures. Could some of the items listed in the copper scroll have ended up adorning Roman temples or filling the empire's treasury? But if the Romans found some of these treasures, they certainly didn't find them all. For decades, archaeologists and treasure hunters have searched for the locations described in the scroll, yet despite numerous expeditions, none of the treasures have been definitively located. Some researchers claim certain sites have been found but were empty, suggesting the treasures were recovered in antiquity. Others believe modern boundaries, changing landscapes, and 2,000 years of erosion and development have simply made the directions impossible to follow with precision. There's also a more controversial theory, that the copper scroll doesn't document real treasures at all. Some scholars have suggested it might be a work of fiction, perhaps even a piece of ancient propaganda created to inspire hope during the desperate final days of the Jewish revolt. By suggesting vast treasures remained hidden, waiting to fund a future rebellion, the scroll's creator might have been attempting to maintain morale in a time of crushing defeat. But most experts find this explanation unsatisfying. The extreme cost of creating the scroll, the precise technical language used, and the fact it was hidden with the other Dead Sea Scrolls all suggest it was recording something its creators considered factual and immensely valuable. The most intriguing possibility remains that some or all of these treasures still lie buried beneath the hills and valleys of modern Israel and the West Bank, undisturbed for 2 millennia. If true, it would represent one of the greatest archaeological treasures ever discovered, not just for the monetary value of the gold and silver, but for the historical significance of recovering sacred items from the Second Temple period. Modern archaeological techniques continue to advance, with ground-penetrating radar, satellite imagery, and other technologies making it increasingly possible to search beneath the earth without destructive excavation. Each year, new discoveries are made across the region, raising the possibility that someday, one of the Copper Scroll's hidden caches might be found. What makes the Copper Scroll such an enduring mystery isn't just the allure of lost treasure. It's the way it connects us directly to a moment of crisis in human history. We can imagine the desperate priests or revolutionaries working frantically to hide their valuables as Roman armies approached, carefully recording each location in copper with the sincere hope they would return one day to reclaim them. The scroll represents a message across time, a final act of defiance and hope in the face of overwhelming odds. Whether the treasures of the Copper Scroll exist or not, the document itself remains a treasure of incalculable historical value. It offers a unique window into a pivotal moment when an ancient civilization faced extinction, and the extraordinary measures people took to preserve what they held most valuable. The mystery of the Copper Scroll reminds us that beneath our feet, countless stories remain buried, some perhaps along with chests of gold and silver that have waited patiently in darkness for 2,000 years, their locations encoded in a copper document that continues to guard its secrets despite our best efforts to understand it. But while the Copper Scroll tantalizes us with visions of material treasure, our next mystery hints at something potentially even more valuable. A lost library containing knowledge that could rewrite our understanding of ancient America and perhaps human civilization itself. Deep in the remote jungles of Ecuador, a story persists of an extraordinary discovery. Thousands of metallic books and plates, inscribed with strange symbols and illustrations, hidden within an elaborate tunnel system. If real, this collection, often called the Metallic Library of Cuva de los Teos, or the Golden Library of Ecuador, could represent one of the most significant archaeological finds in human history, potentially rewriting everything we thought we knew about pre-Columbian civilization in the Americas. Yet despite decades of expeditions and investigations, the library's existence remains shrouded in controversy and mystery. The story of the Golden Library first emerged publicly in 1972 when Erich von Däniken, the controversial author of Chariots of the Gods, published a book called The Gold of the Gods. In it, he described being led through a series of tunnels beneath the Ecuadorian jungle by a local guide named Juan Morix, who claimed to have discovered an ancient metallic library years earlier. According to von Däniken's account, the tunnels opened into large chambers containing thousands of thin metal plates and books, covered with strange writing and images. These metal plates supposedly depicted unfamiliar animals, astronomical charts, advanced technology, and detailed histories of lost civilizations. If authentic, they would suggest that an advanced culture existed in South America far earlier than currently accepted by mainstream archaeology. Some proponents of the library even claim the texts describe the origin of humanity and the history of Atlantis or other legendary lost civilizations. However, von Däniken's credibility suffered a serious blow when Morix later denied ever taking him into the tunnels containing the library. Von Däniken eventually admitted he had never actually seen the metallic library himself, severely damaging the story's credibility in scientific circles. But while von Däniken's personal account was discredited, the legend of the library itself had deeper roots. János Juan Morix, a Hungarian-born researcher who became an Ecuadorian citizen, had legally registered his discovery of the tunnels with the Ecuadorian government in 1969, several years before von Däniken's book. Morix claimed he had been led to the site by local indigenous guides from the Shuar tribe, who considered the area sacred. According to his legal declaration, the tunnels contained metallic plates recording the history of humanity and lost civilizations. The mystery gained further credibility when Stan Hall, a Scottish engineer, organized a major scientific expedition to explore the caves in 1976. This wasn't some fringe adventure. Hall's team included more than 100 people, including British and Ecuadorian military personnel, scientists, speleologists, and even astronaut Neil Armstrong, who served as the expedition's honorary leader. Their presence lent an undeniable legitimacy to the search. The expedition successfully explored and documented parts of the Cueva de los Teos cave system, confirming it was indeed an extensive natural formation with evidence of human habitation. They discovered ceremonial burial sites, artifacts, and zoomorphic stone carvings that suggested the caves had significant cultural importance to ancient peoples. But despite their thorough exploration, they found no trace of the rumored metallic library. This failure to locate the library might have ended the story, except that the indigenous Shuar people, who had lived in the region for thousands of years, have their own oral traditions about the caves containing important ancestral knowledge. Many Shuar maintain that certain sacred chambers exist but should remain undisturbed. They consider the caves to be spiritually significant and have consistently claimed that outsiders have not been shown all the chambers within the vast tunnel system. Even more intriguing are the accounts from Father Carlo Crespi, an Italian missionary who lived in the nearby city of Cuenca from 1923 until his death in 1982. Over decades, Crespi accumulated a remarkable collection of artifacts reportedly brought to him by indigenous people from the surrounding jungles. His collection included elaborate metal plates with complex inscriptions and unusual imagery, objects that seemed to match descriptions of items from the legendary library. Photographs of Crespi's collection show metal works with strange writing systems, astronomical symbols, and pyramids that bear little resemblance to known pre-Columbian art styles from the region. Unfortunately, much of Crespi's collection was destroyed in a church fire in 1962, and what remained was scattered after his death, with some pieces allegedly acquired by private collectors or the Vatican. Without proper archaeological documentation and provenance for these artifacts, their authenticity and origin remain impossible to verify scientifically. The region itself adds another layer of mystery. The Cueva de los Teos lies in an incredibly biodiverse area where new species are still being discovered regularly. The cave system is vast and complex, with many chambers requiring technical climbing skills and equipment to access. Current estimates suggest only a small percentage of the total cave system has been thoroughly explored and mapped. The possibility that hidden chambers might contain extraordinary artifacts cannot be entirely dismissed. Some researchers point to historical precedents that make the library's existence at least plausible. Throughout the Americas, indigenous cultures created remarkable metal works. The Mochi of Peru crafted sophisticated gold and copper alloys, while the later Inca Empire was renowned for its metalworking. During the Spanish conquest, countless indigenous artifacts were melted down for their gold content, meaning our understanding of pre-Columbian metallurgy remains incomplete. There's also increasing archaeological evidence that the Amazon region wasn't the sparsely populated wilderness once believed, but home to large, sophisticated societies with advanced agricultural systems and extensive trade networks. Recent discoveries using LiDAR technology have revealed massive settlement complexes hidden beneath the jungle canopy. In this context of ongoing archaeological revelations about pre-Columbian societies, the concept of an undiscovered knowledge repository becomes somewhat less far-fetched. Critics, however, raise valid concerns about the library's supposed contents. Many descriptions include writing systems and technologies that would be completely anomalous for the region and time period. The idea of metal books in particular seems anachronistic for pre-Columbian South America, where writing systems as we understand them were less developed than in Mesoamerica. Most problematically, despite numerous expeditions over 5 decades, no scientifically verifiable evidence of the metallic library has been produced. Modern researchers approach the mystery from different perspectives. Some dismiss the entire story as a legend born from misinterpreted indigenous oral traditions or deliberate fabrications. Others suggest there may be a kernel of truth, perhaps a collection of metal artifacts with symbolic rather than linguistic inscriptions, later exaggerated into a vast library through retellings. A third possibility entertains the most radical implications, that an unknown civilization with advanced knowledge of metallurgy and writing once flourished in the region, leaving behind their knowledge in a form designed to survive the centuries. If such evidence exists, its discovery would fundamentally transform our understanding of human history in the Americas. The caves themselves remain a protected archaeological site, with access restricted by both the Ecuadorian government and the Shuar people who consider them sacred territory. This limited access, combined with the challenging terrain and vastness of the cave system, means that comprehensive exploration remains difficult. Modern technologies like ground-penetrating radar and compact drones could potentially reveal chambers that previous expeditions missed, but deploying such equipment in the remote, humid environment presents significant challenges. For now, the Golden Library of Ecuador remains precisely what makes ancient mysteries so captivating. A tantalizing possibility hovering at the intersection of indigenous knowledge, archaeological evidence, and the human desire to discover lost chapters of our collective past. Whether it exists as described, represents a misunderstood cultural tradition, or is merely an enduring myth, the story of the metallic library continues to inspire exploration and debate about what might still lie hidden beneath the jungle floor, waiting to challenge everything we think we know about the ancient world. But while a hidden library of metal plates might strain credibility, our next mystery presents physical evidence that is undeniably real, yet defies simple explanation. Strange figurines from one of humanity's oldest civilizations that depict what appear to be reptilian beings. In the scorching deserts of southern Iraq, archaeologists have unearthed remnants of one of humanity's oldest civilizations. The Ubaid culture flourished between 7,000 and 5,500 years ago, predating even ancient Sumer, long considered the world's first true civilization. These early settlers established some of humanity's earliest agricultural communities, created sophisticated pottery, and built the first temples that would eventually evolve into the great ziggurats of Mesopotamia. But among their most puzzling legacies are dozens of strange figurines that have become known as the Ubaid lizard people. Discovered primarily at the sites of Tel el-Ubaid and these clay figurines date to approximately 6,000 years ago and depict humanoid figures with distinctly non-human features. They have elongated heads, almond-shaped eyes that slant upward, and most strikingly, unmistakable lizard-like characteristics. Some have scaly or reptilian skin patterns carefully pressed into the clay. Others display pointed faces and extended snouts resembling reptiles. Many have a combination of human and reptilian features, bodies with normal human proportions, but with distinctly elongated, lizard-like heads. What makes these figurines particularly intriguing is not just their strange appearance, but the careful craftsmanship and consistency of their design. These weren't crude or hastily made objects. They show remarkable attention to detail, with carefully modeled features and ornate decorations. The figures are typically shown in human poses, some seated cross-legged, others nursing infants, or engaged in various daily activities. Many wear elaborate headdresses, suggesting figures of importance or special status. The discovery of similar figurines across multiple Ubaid sites indicates this wasn't an isolated artistic style or the work of a single eccentric artisan. These reptilian humanoids appear to have held significant cultural or religious importance across the entire Ubaid civilization. Even more curious is that these figurines seem to have disappeared almost entirely from Mesopotamian art after the Ubaid period ended, replaced by more conventionally human representations in the subsequent Uruk and Sumerian periods. So what exactly do these strange figurines represent? The mainstream archaeological interpretation suggests these are ritualistic objects representing either deities, spirits, or significant ancestors. The reptilian features might be symbolic rather than literal, perhaps representing qualities associated with reptiles like transformation or rebirth, as snakes shed their skin and appear renewed. The elongated heads could symbolize wisdom or expanded consciousness, rather than actual physical appearance. Some archaeologists have proposed that the lizard-like features might represent masks or ritual costumes worn during religious ceremonies. In many ancient cultures, priests or shamans would don elaborate animal masks or costumes to embody the powers of those creatures during sacred rituals. The figurines might simply depict human participants in such ceremonies, wearing reptilian masks or headdresses as part of their religious practice. Others suggest the elongated heads could represent an early form of cranial modification, a practice documented in many ancient cultures worldwide, from the Maya to ancient Egyptians. By binding infants' heads during development, cultures could create elongated skull shapes that signified nobility or special status. Perhaps the Ubaid people practiced such modifications, and these figurines represent their cultural ideal of beauty or status. But there are more controversial interpretations. Some researchers, particularly those interested in alternative archaeology, see these figurines as potential evidence that the Ubaid people encountered or coexisted with a non-human intelligent species. They point to the careful detail and consistency of the reptilian features across multiple sites and generations of Ubaid culture. If these were purely symbolic, why maintain such specific and consistent reptilian characteristics? This more speculative interpretation connects the Ubaid figurines to the much later myths of serpent deities that appear throughout Mesopotamian cultures. The Akkadians, Babylonians, and Assyrians all featured serpent gods in their pantheons. Some researchers suggest these later myths might preserve cultural memories of actual contact with the beings represented in the Ubaid figurines. Even more controversially, some ancient astronaut theorists propose that the figurines might represent extraterrestrial visitors with reptilian characteristics who shared knowledge with early human societies. They point to the timing of the Ubaid culture, precisely when humans were making the revolutionary transition from nomadic hunter-gatherers to settled agricultural communities with increasingly complex social structures and technologies. What makes the Ubaid figurines particularly challenging to interpret is the lack of written records from this preliterate society. Unlike later Mesopotamian cultures that left extensive cuneiform texts explaining their religious beliefs and practices, the Ubaid people existed before the invention of writing. We have only their material culture, pottery, tools, buildings, and these enigmatic figurines, from which to deduce their beliefs. The context in which these figurines were found provides some clues. Many were discovered in domestic settings rather than temples or graves, suggesting they played a role in household rituals or daily life. Some female lizard figures are depicted nursing infants, suggesting connections to fertility or child-rearing practices. Others were found with fishing equipment, potentially linking them to subsistence activities that were crucial to Ubaid communities along the marshes of southern Mesopotamia. Interestingly, the Ubaid culture coincided with a period of significant climate change in the region. As the land grew increasingly arid, communities had to adapt their agricultural practices and social structures. Some anthropologists suggest that such periods of environmental stress often correlate with increases in religious activity and the emergence of new spiritual beliefs as communities seek supernatural aid in understanding and surviving changing conditions. Could the lizard people represent spiritual entities believed to control the increasingly precious water resources? Reptiles are creatures associated with both water and land, perhaps making them appropriate symbols for a culture navigating the transition between the wetter early Holocene period and the drier conditions that followed. What makes the Ubaid figurines even more mysterious is their apparent disappearance from the archaeological record as Mesopotamian civilization developed. By the time of ancient Sumer, human representations had become standardized with normal human features. The reptilian characteristics were largely abandoned, though serpent deities remained important in the regional pantheon. This transition raises intriguing questions. Did the beliefs associated with these reptilian figures fall out of favor? Were they suppressed by newer religious systems? Or did they evolve into the more familiar gods and goddesses of later Mesopotamian civilizations, their physical appearances becoming more human while retaining some of their original qualities and domains? Some scholars have noted interesting parallels between these ancient figurines and reptilian humanoids that appear in the mythology of cultures worldwide. From the Naga serpent deities of Hindu tradition to the feathered serpent gods of Mesoamerican cultures like the Aztec Quetzalcoatl or Mayan Kukulkan, reptilian beings with human characteristics or human-like intelligence appear repeatedly across unconnected ancient civilizations. This global pattern has led some researchers to question whether these widespread myths might share some common origin or experience. Could the Ubaid figurines represent the oldest known artistic depiction of a belief system that would eventually spread worldwide? Or do they represent independent cultural developments arising from universal human experiences with reptiles, creatures that often evoke both fear and fascination? The discovery of new Ubaid sites continues, with archaeologists carefully documenting and preserving these ancient artifacts. Modern analytical techniques allow for more detailed examination of the clay composition, manufacturing techniques, and even potential trace materials that might reveal more about their purpose and use. Perhaps future discoveries will provide the contextual evidence needed to better understand these enigmatic objects. For now, the Ubaid lizard figurines remain one of archaeology's most puzzling discoveries, tangible objects that we can hold in our hands, yet whose meaning eludes us across the gulf of 6,000 years. They remind us that despite our advanced understanding of ancient cultures, significant mysteries remain about our ancestors' beliefs and experiences. Whether these figurines represented gods, shamans, visitors, or something we haven't yet considered, they continue to challenge our assumptions about early human societies and their understanding of the world around them. But strange figurines aren't the only mysterious artifacts that challenge conventional archaeological understanding. Sometimes the mystery comes not from what an artifact depicts, but from how it exists at all, like our next enigma, a massive stone sculpture discovered in the jungles of Guatemala that simply shouldn't be there. Deep in the lush jungles of Guatemala, near the town of La Democracia, sits one of archaeology's most perplexing mysteries. A colossal stone head carved from volcanic rock, with features unlike any known Mesoamerican civilization. Discovered in the 1950s, this massive sculpture and several similar heads nearby have defied conventional archaeological explanation for decades, raising profound questions about who created them and why they look so different from other pre-Columbian art. The most famous of these sculptures, often called the Stone Head of La Democracia or the Stone Head of Guatemala, stands approximately 9 feet tall and weighs several tons. Carved from a single block of basalt, it depicts a humanoid face with distinctive features that immediately strike viewers as unusual for the region. The head has a square jaw, thin lips, a large straight nose, and deeply set eyes beneath a heavy brow. Most notably, the sculpture appears to show a figure with Caucasian or possibly African features, characteristics that don't align with indigenous Central American populations or their traditional artistic representations. Even more puzzling is the apparent antiquity of the sculpture. Analysis of weathering patterns and comparison with other dated monuments in the region suggest these heads could be extremely ancient, potentially dating back several thousand years before any known advanced civilization in the area. This places them before the rise of the Olmec culture, long considered Mesoamerica's mother civilization, and the region's first complex society. The mystery deepens when we consider the technical challenges involved in creating such massive sculptures. The volcanic stone used is extremely hard and difficult to carve, especially with the primitive tools believed to be available to early Mesoamerican cultures. Moving these enormous blocks would have required sophisticated engineering knowledge and significant organized labor, capabilities usually associated with more advanced civilizations that emerged much later. When the sculptures were first documented scientifically in the 1950s by archaeologist Susanna Miles, they immediately presented a classification problem. They didn't match the well-known artistic styles of major Mesoamerican civilizations, not Maya, Aztec, Toltec, or even the earlier Olmec, whose own massive stone heads bear distinctly different characteristics with clearly indigenous features. Conventional archaeology has struggled to place these anomalous sculptures within the established timeline of Central American cultural development. Some researchers have suggested they might represent an unknown pre-Olmec culture that influenced later Mesoamerican civilizations, but left few other traces. Others propose they could be much younger than they appear, perhaps created during a brief period of artistic experimentation by a known civilization. The mainstream archaeological consensus tentatively associates the heads with the Monte Alto culture, a pre-Olmec society that flourished in the region around 1000 BCE. However, this attribution remains problematic, as the Monte Alto culture is not known to have possessed the technical sophistication these sculptures would require, and other Monte Alto artifacts show different artistic conventions. What makes these stone heads particularly intriguing is their facial features, which some researchers describe as having an almost foreign appearance. The straight noses, thin lips, and facial proportions have led to more controversial theories, suggesting they might represent outsiders who visited or influenced the region, perhaps seafarers from across the Atlantic or Pacific who reached Central America long before conventional history acknowledges such contact was possible. Some researchers have drawn comparisons between these sculptures and stone works from ancient Africa, particularly noting similarities with certain Egyptian and Nubian artistic conventions. Others point to possible connections with ancient Middle Eastern or even Pacific Islander cultures, based on perceived similarities in facial structure and stylistic elements. These theories remain highly speculative and rejected by mainstream archaeology, but the unusual nature of the sculptures continues to fuel alternative interpretations. Adding to the mystery is the fact that some of the stone heads were deliberately moved from their original locations in the mid-20th century, and potentially even modified, making it more difficult for modern archaeologists to study them in their original context. Local accounts suggest there may have been more such sculptures that were destroyed or remain undiscovered in the dense jungle. The region where these sculptures were found has a complex geological history, with significant volcanic activity that could potentially affect dating attempts. Some researchers have suggested that natural weathering processes specific to the local environment might make the sculptures appear more ancient than they actually are. Without more comprehensive scientific analysis using modern techniques, their true age remains uncertain. What we do know is that the sculptures show evidence of sophisticated stoneworking techniques. The creators possessed knowledge of how to quarry, transport, carve, and finish massive stones, capabilities that suggest an organized society with specialized craftspeople, not a simple hunter-gatherer culture. The scale of the work implies these were significant cultural or religious monuments, not casual artistic creations. Some archaeologists have proposed that the unusual features might not represent actual human appearances at all, but rather stylized representations of deities or mythological beings. Many ancient cultures depicted their gods with exaggerated or non-human characteristics to distinguish them from mortal representations. Perhaps these stone heads depict supernatural entities from a belief system that left few other traces in the archaeological record. Local indigenous traditions provide another layer to the mystery. Some Maya communities in the region maintain oral histories suggesting the sculptures are much older than their own civilization. These traditions speak of an ancient race of tall people who inhabited the land before the ancestors of current populations arrived. While oral histories can preserve genuine historical information, they can also incorporate later cultural interpretations and mythological elements, making them challenging sources for archaeological dating. The Guatemala stone heads also raise questions about potential connections between early American cultures and other ancient civilizations. The traditional view that the Americas developed in isolation from Afro-Eurasian civilizations until Columbus has been increasingly challenged by archaeological discoveries, suggesting earlier contacts may have occurred. While mainstream archaeology remains skeptical of significant pre-Columbian transoceanic contact, artifacts like these unusual stone heads keep the possibility open for discussion. Curiously, few comprehensive modern studies have been conducted on these sculptures using the full range of contemporary archaeological techniques. Ground-penetrating radar could reveal whether additional structures exist beneath the surface near the heads. Advanced dating methods might provide more precise age estimates. Detailed compositional analysis could determine exactly where the stone was quarried and what tools were likely used to carve it. Without such studies, the stone heads remain in an archaeological limbo, acknowledged to exist but resistant to classification within the established understanding of Mesoamerican cultural development. This situation highlights how archaeology as a discipline sometimes struggles with anomalous artifacts that don't fit neatly into existing chronologies or cultural frameworks. For those who study alternative archaeological theories, the Guatemala stone heads represent potential evidence that the history of human civilization in the Americas may be more complex and ancient than currently recognized. Perhaps they were created by an as-yet undiscovered civilization that rose and fell before the Olmec. Maybe they represent evidence of cultural diffusion across oceans that occurred sporadically throughout human history. Or perhaps they are exactly what conventional archaeology suggests: unusual artistic expressions from a known cultural tradition that simply haven't been properly contextualized yet. What makes the stone head such an enduring mystery is that all available explanations seem incomplete. If they were created by a pre-Olmec civilization sophisticated enough to craft such monuments, why have we found so few other traces of this culture? If they represent visitors from across the ocean, where is the additional evidence of such contact? If they're the work of a known Mesoamerican civilization, why do they differ so dramatically from all other artistic traditions documented in the region? The mystery of the stone heads reminds us that despite centuries of archaeological research, significant gaps remain in our understanding of human history. Beneath the jungle canopy and buried in the earth, countless artifacts likely remain undiscovered, potentially holding the keys to mysteries like this one. Until more comprehensive research is conducted and more contextual evidence discovered, the stone heads of Guatemala will continue to stare out from the past with their enigmatic expressions, challenging our assumptions about who created them and what they might represent. These four ancient mysteries, the Copper Scroll's hidden treasures, Ecuador's legendary golden library, the reptilian figurines of the Ubaid culture, and Guatemala's anomalous stone heads, represent just a small sample of the archaeological puzzles that continue to challenge our understanding of human history. Each offers tantalizing glimpses into potentially lost knowledge, forgotten civilizations, or historical connections that conventional archaeology struggles to explain. Whether these mysteries will eventually be solved through new discoveries, advanced technologies, or revolutionary perspectives remains to be seen. But their very existence reminds us that the past still holds many secrets waiting to be uncovered. Somewhere in the rolling hills of London, Texas, back in 1936, a couple named Max and Emma Hahn made a discovery that would challenge everything we thought we knew about human history. While out for a walk near Red Creek, they spotted something unusual protruding from an ancient rock formation, what appeared to be a wooden handle. Curious, they brought the rock home, and what they uncovered inside would become one of archaeology's most perplexing mysteries. When they carefully cracked open the rock, they found a hammer, not just any hammer, but what seemed to be a modern-looking tool with a wooden handle and iron hammerhead, completely encased in stone. The rock encasing the hammer wasn't just any stone, it was identified as Ordovician limestone, dating back to a staggering 400 million years ago. And herein lies the impossible puzzle. How could a man-made tool be embedded in rock from a time when, according to conventional science, no humans or even advanced mammals existed on Earth? The London Hammer, as it came to be known, presents us with a conundrum that defies easy explanation. If we accept the dating of the rock, we're forced to consider the seemingly impossible, that intelligent beings capable of metalworking existed hundreds of millions of years before humans were supposed to have evolved. It would mean rewriting not just archaeology textbooks, but biology, geology, and everything we understand about the chronology of life on Earth. The hammer itself appears surprisingly modern in design. Its metal head is approximately 6 inches long and shows remarkable preservation. When subjected to testing, researchers found the hammerhead was made of an unusual composition, 96.6% iron, 2.6% chlorine, and 0.74% sulfur. This is an alloy unlike anything typically used in contemporary or historical toolmaking. Even more baffling, when a small portion of the metal was examined, it showed no signs of rust or deterioration, despite its allegedly extreme age. The wooden handle presented its own mysteries. It appears to be partially fossilized, with the wood transforming into coal in some sections. The process of wood turning to coal typically takes millions of years under intense pressure, which seems to support the notion of the hammer's ancient origins. Yet the handle maintains its shape and structural integrity, suggesting a preservation process that scientists struggle to explain. So what could possibly explain the London Hammer? Researchers and scientists have proposed various theories, ranging from conventional to highly controversial. The most accepted explanation in mainstream science suggests that the hammer is not nearly as old as the rock appears to be. Some geologists propose that the hammer was actually dropped or left behind by miners or settlers in the late 1800s, and through a natural process called concretion, minerals in the surrounding environment hardened around it, creating a rock-like casing that gives the false appearance of being embedded in ancient limestone. Concretions can form relatively quickly under the right conditions, sometimes in just decades rather than millions of years. This theory is supported by the fact that the area around London, Texas, has a history of mining activity, and natural mineral-rich waters could have facilitated rapid concretion around an abandoned tool. The hammer's design itself appears consistent with late 19th century mining hammers, which lends credence to this explanation. But not everyone accepts this conventional view. Alternative researchers point to several aspects of the hammer that they believe cannot be explained by recent concretion. They note that the unusual metal composition is not typical of 19th century metallurgy. They also point to the partial fossilization of the wooden handle, arguing that such a transformation would take far longer than a few hundred years. Some propose that the hammer might be evidence of what they call out-of-place artifacts, or OOPARTs, objects that appear in geological contexts that challenge our understanding of human history and technological development. According to this view, the London hammer could be evidence of advanced civilizations existing far earlier than mainstream archaeology acknowledges, perhaps even non-human intelligences that came before us. More controversial theories venture into the realm of alternative history, suggesting that advanced human civilizations might have existed in deep prehistory, only to be wiped out by cataclysmic events that reset the progress of technological development. These theories often point to other disputed artifacts like the Antikythera Mechanism, the Baghdad Battery, and ancient maps that seem to show geographical knowledge that shouldn't have existed at the time of their creation. Others propose even more exotic explanations, including the possibility of time travelers dropping modern objects into ancient contexts, or extraterrestrial visitors bringing advanced technology to Earth long before humans developed it independently. The hammer currently resides at the Creation Evidence Museum in Glen Rose, Texas, where it's presented as evidence challenging conventional evolutionary timelines. Critics argue that the museum's religious perspective influences their interpretation of the artifact, and that more rigorous scientific testing would likely support the concretion theory. What makes the London hammer such an enduring mystery is that definitive testing that might settle the debate once and for all has never been conducted. Carbon dating of the wooden handle would provide valuable information about its true age, but such testing would require destroying a portion of this unique artifact. The current owners have been reluctant to permit such invasive analysis, which means the hammer continues to exist in a state of scientific limbo. The hammer's discoverers, Max and Emma Hahn, could never have imagined that their curious find would spark decades of controversy and speculation. What began as a simple walk along a creek bed led to an object that continues to challenge our understanding of the past. Perhaps the most fascinating aspect of artifacts like the London hammer is not just what they might tell us about history, but what they reveal about how we construct our understanding of the past. They remind us that the timeline of human and Earth history is not a fixed, unchangeable narrative, but an ongoing investigation filled with revisions, discoveries, and occasionally profound mysteries. If the hammer truly is as old as its stone encasement suggests, it would force us to reconsider everything we think we know about human evolution, technological development, and perhaps even the possibility of previous advanced civilizations that have been lost to time. If instead it is the result of natural geological processes acting on a relatively modern tool, it serves as a reminder of how easily we can be misled when interpreting archaeological finds without rigorous methodology. Either way, the London hammer stands as a testament to how much we still have to learn about our planet and its history. It reminds us that beneath the surface of what we think we know lies a world of mysteries waiting to be uncovered. Some of these mysteries may ultimately be solved through advances in scientific techniques, while others may continue to perplex us for generations to come. As we move from one ancient mystery to another, we're reminded that the ground beneath our feet holds countless secrets, some buried in rock like the London hammer, and others hidden beneath monuments that have stood for millennia, watching silently as civilizations rise and fall around them. And perhaps no monument holds more secrets than the enigmatic guardian of the Egyptian desert that has puzzled archaeologists and explorers for centuries. Starring eternally across the sands of the Giza Plateau, The Great Sphinx of Egypt has witnessed the rise and fall of countless civilizations. With its lion's body and human head, this colossal monument stands as one of humanity's most recognizable and enigmatic creations. Yet for all its fame, the Sphinx may be harboring secrets beneath its weathered surface, secrets that could rewrite our understanding of ancient history and possibly reveal evidence of civilizations far older than we've ever imagined. Standing 73 feet tall and stretching 240 feet in length, the Sphinx is traditionally believed to have been built during the reign of Pharaoh Khafre around 2500 BCE. Mainstream Egyptologists tell us it was carved from a single massive limestone outcropping, with its features deliberately designed to embody the power of the pharaoh, combining human intelligence with the strength and courage of a lion. But is this truly the whole story? A growing number of researchers believe the Sphinx may be hiding chambers, tunnels, and perhaps even an entire underground complex beneath its massive paws and body. These aren't just fanciful speculations. Several tantalizing discoveries over the years have hinted at hollow spaces beneath this ancient monument. The question that haunts archaeologists and historians is simple yet profound. What might be hidden in these unexplored spaces? And could it change everything we thought we knew about ancient Egypt? The first hints of something unusual beneath the Sphinx emerged in 1935, when French engineer Émile Barrès was conducting excavation work around the monument. He reportedly discovered a narrow tunnel leading beneath the Sphinx's northern side. Frustratingly, his full findings were never published, leaving researchers to wonder what he might have discovered in those dark passages. In 1987, a Japanese team from Waseda University conducted an electronic survey of the ground beneath the Sphinx and made a remarkable discovery. Their equipment detected a large chamber approximately 25 feet below the paws of the Sphinx, along with tunnels extending from this chamber in several directions. One tunnel appeared to connect this chamber to the nearby Khafre pyramid, suggesting an extensive underground network linking these massive monuments. Then in 1991, using seismic refraction and other remote sensing technologies, American geophysicist Thomas Dobke and geologist Robert Schoch identified what appeared to be several hidden chambers beneath the Sphinx. They found evidence of a chamber beneath the front paws, another under the northern side, and a large rectangular chamber directly beneath the monument's body. Despite these compelling findings, Egyptian authorities have been reluctant to permit extensive excavation or exploration of these spaces, citing concerns about preservation of the monument. Perhaps the most intriguing theory about what might lie beneath the Sphinx comes from ancient Egyptian texts themselves. The inventory stela, discovered in the 19th century and believed to date from the 26th dynasty, contains an astonishing claim. It suggests that both the Sphinx and the Great Pyramid predated Pharaoh Khufu, traditionally credited with building the Great Pyramid. According to this text, Khufu merely restored these monuments, which were already ancient in his time. Even more fascinating are references in ancient texts to a legendary Hall of Records, a repository of knowledge from an advanced prehistoric civilization, supposedly hidden somewhere beneath the Giza Plateau. According to these accounts, this hall contains technological artifacts, scrolls, and tablets recording the history of lost civilizations dating back tens of thousands of years before the rise of ancient Egypt. Edgar Cayce, the famous American psychic, made specific predictions about the Hall of Records in the 1930s. He claimed it would be discovered beneath the right paw of the Sphinx and would contain evidence of Atlantis and other lost civilizations. While mainstream archaeologists dismiss these claims, they've captured the imagination of researchers and explorers for generations. Adding fuel to this mystery is the controversial theory proposed by several researchers that the Sphinx is much older than conventional Egyptology suggests. Geologist Robert Schoch has argued that the erosion patterns on the body of the Sphinx and the enclosure surrounding it could only have been caused by prolonged exposure to heavy rainfall. The problem: the last time the Egyptian region experienced such rainfall was between 7,000 and 12,000 years ago, long before the accepted timeline for the rise of Egyptian civilization. If Skok is correct, it would mean the Sphinx predates established Egyptian history by thousands of years. This raises profound questions. Who built it? What civilization had the knowledge and resources to create such a monumental sculpture millennia before the first pharaohs? And what evidence of this lost civilization might still be preserved in chambers beneath the Sphinx? Egyptian mythology itself contains tantalizing hints about what might be hidden beneath the monument. Ancient Egyptian religious texts speak of underground chambers of hidden things and secret places of the Anunnaki, primordial deities who supposedly possessed great knowledge and power. Could these myths be preserving memories of actual subterranean complexes beneath monuments like the Sphinx? In 2018, an international research team using cosmic ray muon radiography to scan the Great Pyramid detected a previously unknown large void above the Grand Gallery. This discovery demonstrates that even after centuries of exploration, these ancient monuments still conceal hidden spaces. If the Great Pyramid still holds such secrets, what might remain undiscovered beneath the Sphinx? There are those who believe that Egyptian authorities already know what lies beneath the Sphinx, but are keeping this information hidden from the public. They point to several closed-door excavations and unexplained activities around the monument over the years. In 1997, for example, workers were observed conducting nighttime operations around the Sphinx, with no official explanation ever provided. Some researchers claim these were clandestine archaeological explorations, conducted away from public scrutiny. What might explain this alleged secrecy? Some suggest that discoveries beneath the Sphinx could fundamentally challenge our understanding of human history, perhaps revealing evidence of advanced prehistoric civilizations or technologies that would force us to reconsider the linear progression of human development. Others propose more mundane explanations, that authorities are simply proceeding cautiously to protect the structural integrity of this irreplaceable monument. The debate about what lies beneath the Sphinx extends beyond archaeology into the realms of geology, mythology, and even astronomy. Some researchers have noted that the orientation of the Sphinx and the Giza pyramids aligns precisely with certain celestial configurations that would have occurred around 10,500 BCE, another potential indicator of their true age. Could the chambers beneath the Sphinx contain astronomical knowledge that has been lost for millennia? In 2020, Egyptian authorities announced plans for new archaeological surveys around the Sphinx using advanced ground-penetrating technologies. These investigations may finally provide definitive answers about what lies beneath this ancient guardian. Until then, the Sphinx maintains its silent vigil over the desert, its weathered face revealing nothing of what may be hidden beneath its massive form. As we ponder the mysteries beneath the Sphinx, we're reminded that history is not always what it seems. Sometimes, entire chapters of the human story can disappear without a trace, leaving only enigmatic clues behind. And speaking of disappearances, few historical mysteries are as persistent as the fate of an entire Roman legion that seemingly vanished into thin air nearly 2,000 years ago. In the misty highlands of northern Britain, sometime around the year 120 CE, something inexplicable happened. An entire Roman legion, the 9th Hispanic Legion, or Legio IX Hispana, numbering between 4,000 and 6,000 elite soldiers, seemingly vanished without a trace. These weren't just any soldiers. The 9th was one of Rome's most storied military units, veterans of campaigns across the empire from Spain to Judea. How could such a formidable fighting force simply disappear from the historical record? Where did they go? And what fate befell these lost legionaries? The 9th Hispanic Legion had a proud history dating back to the late Roman Republic. Raised by Pompey in 48 BCE, the legion fought in the civil wars that followed Julius Caesar's assassination. Under Emperor Augustus, they helped secure the northern frontier in Pannonia, modern-day Hungary and Austria. By 43 CE, they were transferred to Britain to participate in the Roman conquest of this rugged island at the edge of the known world. For decades, the Ninth served as part of the occupation force in Britain, helping to subjugate local tribes and establish Roman control. Around 71 CE, they built a permanent fortress at Eboracum, modern-day York, which served as their base for the next 40 years. Archaeological evidence confirms their presence. Their roof tiles and stone inscriptions bearing the legion's mark have been uncovered throughout the area. But then, something strange happens in the historical record. After the early 2nd century, all mentions of the 9th Hispanic Legion simply stop. The last confirmed historical reference to the legion comes from Roman military records dated to 108 CE, placing them still at their fortress in York. After that, silence. By the time of a military census completed under Emperor Marcus Aurelius around 165 CE, the 9th is no longer listed among the existing Roman legions. So what happened to these thousands of trained soldiers? The mystery has spawned countless theories, ranging from military disaster to more exotic explanations. Let's explore the possibilities. The most widely accepted theory among historians suggests that the 9th Hispanic Legion met a catastrophic end fighting against northern British tribes. We know that Britain was far from pacified during this period. The construction of Hadrian's Wall beginning in 122 CE was a testament to Rome's ongoing struggles to control the untamed northern regions. The historical writer Fronto, in a letter to Emperor Marcus Aurelius, mentioned that during the reign of Hadrian, a significant number of Roman soldiers were killed by the Britons. Could this reference be describing the destruction of the 9th? Some historians believe the legion may have marched north of the future site of Hadrian's Wall on a punitive expedition against the Caledonian tribes of what is now Scotland. These fierce warriors were known for their guerrilla tactics in the difficult terrain of the Highlands, perfect conditions for ambushing even a disciplined Roman force. If the 9th were indeed annihilated in such a battle, it might explain their sudden disappearance from the historical record. What makes this theory compelling is that such a devastating defeat would have been a humiliation for Rome, something the imperial propaganda machine might have deliberately erased from official histories. The Roman Empire was not in the habit of commemorating its failures, and the complete destruction of a legion would have been a significant blow to Roman prestige. Perhaps the 9th became Rome's own version of a classified military disaster. But not everyone agrees with this explanation. A competing theory suggests that the 9th wasn't destroyed in Britain at all, but was instead transferred to the continental frontier and met its fate there. Some archaeological evidence supports this idea. Stamps and inscriptions possibly linked to the 9th Legion have been discovered at Roman sites in the Netherlands and Germany, suggesting the legion may have been moved to the Rhine frontier. Other evidence indicates the legion may have been sent even further east. A tombstone of a centurion from the 9th Hispanic Legion was discovered in Nijmegen in the Netherlands, dating to the 2nd century. Even more intriguingly, records suggest that a detachment of the 9th participated in Emperor Trajan's Parthian campaign in the Middle East between 115 and 117 CE. If the legion was indeed transferred east, they may have been destroyed in one of Rome's most devastating military disasters, the Bar Kokhba revolt in Judea between 132 and 135 CE. This massive Jewish uprising resulted in heavy Roman casualties, including the complete destruction of several units. Some historians propose that the 9th may have been among them, explaining their disappearance from subsequent military records. There's yet another theory that avoids the total destruction scenario altogether. Some scholars suggest that the 9th Hispanic Legion wasn't annihilated, but instead was deliberately disbanded after suffering significant losses, with its surviving members distributed among other legions. This practice wasn't uncommon in Roman military history. Units that had been severely depleted or had perhaps fallen out of favor politically might be dissolved rather than rebuilt. But these conventional explanations haven't stopped more creative theories from emerging. One persistent legend suggests that the soldiers of the Ninth didn't die at all, but instead deserted en masse, disappearing into the local population. According to this romantic notion, they abandoned their Roman identities and integrated with the very British tribes they had been sent to conquer, perhaps even passing down their advanced military knowledge to their descendants. This desertion theory plays into a compelling narrative, the idea of Rome's own soldiers rejecting the empire to live free among the people they were meant to subjugate. But while individual desertion was certainly a problem for Roman armies on distant frontiers, the logistics of an entire legion deserting successfully seem highly improbable. Roman punishment for desertion was brutal, and the close-knit structure of legion organization would have made large-scale conspiracy difficult to organize. An even more exotic theory places the missing legion in the Far East. Proponents of this idea point to a fascinating historical curiosity: the Chinese town of Liqian in Gansu province, where some locals have distinctly Caucasian features unusual for the region. In the 1990s, Chinese archaeologists discovered remains of a settlement using Roman-style military formations and possible Western artifacts. Could these be the descendants of lost Roman legionaries? Some researchers have proposed that survivors from the Ninth might have traveled east along the Silk Road after being captured in battle against Rome's eastern enemies, eventually entering service as mercenaries for the Han dynasty. While this theory makes for an extraordinary story, most serious historians consider it highly speculative and unlikely. The truth about the Ninth's fate remains tantalizingly out of reach. The absence of definitive evidence has allowed the mystery to persist for nearly 2,000 years, making the Lost Legion a favorite subject of novels, films, and television shows. The enduring fascination with their disappearance speaks to something profound in how we view history: the knowledge that even the mightiest empires can suffer inexplicable losses, and that sometimes entire chapters of the past can vanish almost completely. Archaeological work continues across former Roman territories, and it's possible that new discoveries might someday shed light on the legion's ultimate fate. A chance finding, perhaps a mass grave, a cache of distinctive armor, or even new documentary evidence from previously undiscovered Roman archives, could finally solve this ancient puzzle. Until then, the Ninth Hispanic Legion remains history's ghost soldiers, marching forever into obscurity. Their disappearance reminds us that even in an empire as well documented as Rome's, mystery could swallow thousands of men whole, leaving behind nothing but questions and legends that have endured for millennia. From Legion soldiers vanishing in Britain's misty highlands, we now travel to another mysterious place, one where massive stone structures rise not from the land, but from the sea itself. On a remote Pacific island, enormous basalt pillars form an artificial island city that engineering experts still struggle to explain. How was it built? Who created it? And why was it abandoned? Let's explore the enigmatic ruins of Nan Madol, the Venice of the Pacific. Off the eastern coast of Pohnpei Island in Micronesia, partially submerged in the shallow waters of the Pacific Ocean, lies one of archaeology's most perplexing mysteries. Nan Madol, an ancient city constructed entirely of massive basalt pillars and coral boulders, stretches across 92 artificial islets covering an area of more than 17 acres. Connected by a network of canals, this Venice of the Pacific represents an engineering feat so impressive that even modern experts struggle to explain how it was accomplished. What makes Nan Madol truly baffling is not just its existence, but its scale and composition. The city is built from an estimated 250 million tons of prismatic basalt, with some individual stones weighing up to 50 tons. These massive columns weren't simply gathered from nearby sources. They had to be quarried from sites miles away, transported across land and water, and then precisely stacked to create walls that in some places rise 30 feet high. All of this was supposedly accomplished by a pre-industrial society with no written language, no metal tools, and no beasts of burden. The question that has haunted archaeologists for generations is deceptively simple. How did they do it? How could a civilization with limited technology move and precisely place millions of massive stone columns to create an entire city in the sea? And perhaps more mysteriously still, why did they build it here at all? According to local Pohnpeian tradition, Nan Madol was constructed by the Saudeleur dynasty, which ruled the island from approximately 800 to 1600 CE. The foundation myths describe two sorcerer brothers, Alasipa and Alasopa, who arrived from a mythical western land. Using magic, they levitated the massive basalt logs through the air to build the city as a seat of power for their dynasty. For centuries, Nan Madol served as the ceremonial and political center of this mysterious civilization. Local legends aside, archaeological evidence confirms that construction of Nan Madol began around 800 to 900 CE, with most of the megalithic structures being completed by 1300 CE. This coincides with the rise of the Saudeleur dynasty, which established a highly stratified society dominated by powerful chiefs who controlled access to resources and conducted elaborate religious ceremonies at Nan Madol. The name Nan Madol itself means spaces between in the local Pohnpeian language, referring to the canals that weave between the artificial islets. These waterways served as the city's transportation network, allowing canoes to move between different districts. The entire complex was divided into distinct areas with specific functions, administrative centers, royal residences, temples, and mortuaries. At its height, it's estimated that Nan Madol was home to around 1,000 elite residents, with another 1,000 commoners living in surrounding areas to serve the ruling class. But the engineering challenges faced by Nan Madol's builders extend far beyond just the movement of stone. The artificial islets themselves represent a remarkable feat of ancient engineering. They were constructed by building perimeter walls of basalt logs, which were then filled with coral rubble to create solid platforms rising above the tide line. These platforms had to withstand powerful waves, tidal forces, and storms, yet many have remained intact for nearly 1,000 years. Modern engineers studying Nan Madol have calculated that constructing such a city would require extraordinary organization and manpower. Some estimates suggest it would have taken up to 300 workers laboring for 7 decades just to transport the stone from quarry sites to the construction area. The precision of the stonework is equally impressive. Many of the basalt columns are stacked in a crisscross pattern without mortar, creating structures that have withstood centuries of tropical storms and earthquakes. So how exactly were these massive stones transported? Scientists and archaeologists have proposed several theories. One suggests that the builders used rafts made from native trees to float the stones along the coast and through the lagoon to the construction site. Another theory proposes that they might have used a system of wooden rollers and levers to move the stone columns overland. Some researchers believe a combination of these techniques was employed, depending on the terrain between quarry and construction site. But these conventional explanations face serious challenges. The largest basalt columns used at Nan Madol weigh up to 50 tons, far heavier than what could be practically moved using primitive rafts or rollers, with the limited manpower available on a small Pacific island. Additionally, the quarry sites are located on the opposite side of the island from Nan Madol, meaning the stones would have needed to be transported either over mountainous terrain or completely around the island's coastline. This engineering puzzle has led some researchers to propose more speculative theories. Could the builders have possessed knowledge of stoneworking and transportation techniques that have since been lost to history? Some have suggested that the columns might have been cast in place using some form of ancient geopolymer concrete technology, rather than being quarried and transported as solid pieces. While this would solve the transportation problem, Analysis of the basalt at Nan Madol shows it to be natural stone, not an artificial construction material. Perhaps the most perplexing question is why the Saudeleur rulers chose to build their capital in such a challenging location at all. Constructing a city on artificial islands in a shallow lagoon required vastly more effort than building on the nearby mainland. Some archaeologists propose that the location was chosen for defensive purposes, as the complex layout of islets and canals would make invasion difficult. Others suggest that building in the water was a demonstration of the ruler's power and divine authority. By conquering the boundary between land and sea, they proved their supernatural connection to the gods. Religion clearly played a crucial role at Nan Madol. The most sacred precinct of the city was Nandoa's, a mortuary complex where the remains of Saudeleur rulers were buried in elaborate tombs. Ceremonies conducted here were designed to communicate with ancestral spirits and harness their power for the living rulers. Some researchers believe the entire city may have been designed as a massive cosmological map, with its layout representing the Pohnpeian understanding of the universe. What's particularly fascinating about Nan Madol is how it ended. According to oral traditions, the Saudeleur dynasty was overthrown around 1600 CE by a warrior named Isoklekel, who arrived from a neighboring island. After this conquest, the new rulers abandoned Nan Madol, establishing their capital elsewhere on Pohnpei. The great stone city was left to the elements, gradually being reclaimed by the sea and jungle. By the time European explorers first documented the site in 1827, it had been largely abandoned for centuries. But some aspects of the abandonment remain puzzling. Many of the structures show no signs of violent destruction or warfare. Instead, it appears that the city was systematically depopulated, with residents taking their possessions when they left. Was this simply the result of political change, or could environmental factors have played a role? Some scientists have suggested that changes in sea level or increased storm activity might have made the site increasingly difficult to inhabit. Others propose that resource depletion, particularly of fresh water and food sources, might have rendered Nan Madol unsustainable. The mystery of Nan Madol extends beyond its construction and abandonment. Archaeological work at the site has been limited by its remote location, complex ownership issues, and the challenging underwater environment. Large portions of the city remain virtually unexplored, with unknown artifacts potentially still hidden beneath centuries of coral growth and sedimentation. What additional secrets might lie beneath the waters surrounding these enigmatic stone structures? In 2016, UNESCO designated Nan Madol as a World Heritage Site, recognizing its unique cultural and historical significance. However, the organization simultaneously placed it on the list of World Heritage in danger due to threats from sea level rise, mangrove encroachment, and uncontrolled tourism. Without proper conservation efforts, this remarkable monument could be lost to rising seas within decades, taking its secrets with it. Modern Pohnpeians maintain a complex relationship with Nan Madol. While they take pride in their ancestors' achievement, many local residents avoid the ruins, believing them to be haunted by the spirits of ancient chiefs. Nighttime visits to the site are particularly taboo, with stories of strange lights, unexplained sounds, and spectral apparitions common in local folklore. Whether these tales reflect cultural memory of the site's sacred function, or simply the eerie atmosphere of the abandoned city, they add another layer to Nan Madol's enduring mystery. As archaeological techniques advance, new investigations using technologies like ground-penetrating radar, underwater drones, and isotopic analysis may eventually provide answers to some of Nan Madol's riddles. But for now, this remarkable metropolis remains one of the world's most enigmatic ancient sites, a testament to human ingenuity and a reminder that many chapters of our past remain shrouded in mystery. The massive basalt columns of Nan Madol continue their silent vigil over the Pacific, their dark forms rising from turquoise waters like the remnants of some forgotten dream. They stand as monuments to a civilization that achieved the seemingly impossible, creating an entire city in the sea using only Stone Age technology. Or did they possess knowledge and techniques that history has forgotten? The answer remains hidden among the endless spaces between stone and water, land and sea, known and unknown. Among the greatest enigmas of pre-Columbian America stands the Olmec civilization, a sophisticated culture that flourished in Mexico's tropical lowlands between 1500 and 400 BCE. They left behind remarkable works of art and architecture, but none more mysterious than their colossal stone heads, which seem to depict individuals with distinctly African features. These massive sculptures, carved from volcanic basalt, have puzzled archaeologists for decades and raised profound questions about ancient contact between continents that conventional history says should never have occurred. The Olmecs are often called the mother culture of Mesoamerica, predating and influencing later civilizations like the Maya and Aztecs. They built the earliest known major cities in the region, developed sophisticated artistic traditions, and created the first writing system in the Americas. Yet it's their monumental stone heads that continue to generate the most controversy among historians and archaeologists. These colossal sculptures are truly impressive engineering feats. 17 have been discovered so far, with the largest standing nearly 10 feet tall and weighing around 20 tons. They were carved from basalt quarried in the Tuxtla Mountains, then somehow transported up to 80 miles through swampland and jungle without the benefit of wheels or draft animals. This alone represents an extraordinary achievement, but it's the facial features of these monuments that have sparked the most intense debate. The heads display broad noses, full lips, and what appear to be helmets or tight-fitting caps. Most strikingly, many scholars and observers have noted their seemingly African features, pronounced lips, broad noses, and facial structures that differ markedly from those of indigenous Americans. This observation has led to numerous theories about possible pre-Columbian contact between Africa and the Americas, challenging the conventional narrative that Columbus and other European explorers were the first to bridge the Atlantic divide. Some researchers have proposed that ancient Africans, particularly from the Nile Valley civilizations of Egypt and Nubia, may have made contact with the Americas long before European arrival. They point to not only the facial features of the Olmec heads, but also to certain cultural similarities between ancient Egyptian and Olmec societies, including pyramid building, certain religious symbols, and hierarchical social structures. Ivan van Sertima, in his controversial book, They Came Before Columbus, argued that Africans from the Mali Empire sailed to the Americas in the 14th century and made contact with Native American civilizations. Others have pushed the timeline back much further, suggesting that ancient Egyptians or Nubians might have crossed the Atlantic as early as 1200 BCE, around the time the Olmec civilization was emerging. These theories remain highly contentious within mainstream archaeology. Critics point out that the supposed African features of the Olmec heads could simply represent the artistic style or physical characteristics of the indigenous Olmec population. They argue that similarities between different ancient civilizations often arise from parallel development rather than direct contact. Humans facing similar challenges often develop similar solutions independently. Physical anthropologists have noted that the facial features depicted in the Olmec heads fall within the range of variation found in indigenous American populations, particularly those of the Gulf Coast region where the Olmec thrived. The broad noses and full lips might represent actual physical traits of Olmec rulers or deities, without necessitating African influence. Archaeological evidence for pre-Columbian transatlantic contact remains elusive. No definitively African artifacts have been found in well-documented Olmec archaeological contexts, and genetic studies have not revealed African markers in ancient Mesoamerican populations that would suggest significant interbreeding. Yet the mystery persists. If the colossal heads do indeed represent indigenous Americans, why did the Olmec choose to emphasize these particular facial features so prominently? What was the significance of these massive stone portraits? Most archaeologists believe they represent Olmec rulers, possibly wearing the protective headgear of the ritual ball game that was central to Mesoamerican cultures. The heads might have been monuments to specific leaders, carved to commemorate their reigns or military victories. The logistics of creating these monuments are impressive enough to boggle modern minds. The basalt used to carve the heads had to be quarried from mountains many miles away from Olmec centers like San Lorenzo and La Venta. Massive stone blocks, weighing many tons, were somehow transported through difficult terrain without wheeled vehicles or beasts of burden. The most likely method involved floating the stones on rafts along rivers, but even this would have required extraordinary coordination and engineering knowledge. Once the raw stone arrived at its destination, Olmec sculptors faced the daunting task of carving these massive portraits using only stone tools. The precision and artistic quality achieved under these limitations speaks to the remarkable skill and vision of Olmec craftspeople. Adding to the mystery is the fate of many of these sculptures. Some were deliberately buried or mutilated in ancient times, suggesting a ritual killing of the monument, perhaps following the death of the ruler it represented or during periods of political upheaval. Others appear to have been recycled, with the back sides recarved to create new monuments. But what if the African resemblance isn't entirely coincidental? Some researchers point to the possibility of ancient transatlantic drift voyages. Ocean currents flowing from West Africa to the Caribbean could have carried vessels that were blown off course, resulting in accidental crossings. There are documented cases from later periods of African fishing boats being carried by Atlantic currents all the way to the Americas when caught in storms. Could such chance encounters have occurred during Olmec times? If so, any African visitors would have been very few in number, perhaps just a small group of survivors from a lost vessel. Their arrival might have made an enormous impression on local populations, perhaps leading to their commemoration in stone or even their elevation to positions of power due to the exotic knowledge they might have possessed. Some proponents of African Olmec contact theories suggest that these visitors might have brought specialized knowledge or technologies that helped spur Olmec development. However, there's little concrete evidence for such technological transfer, and the Olmec achievements can be understood as independent innovations arising from indigenous American traditions and needs. Another intriguing possibility is that ancient migration patterns may have been more complex than previously understood. While the dominant model holds that the Americas were populated by people crossing from Siberia via the Bering Land Bridge, some researchers have proposed that multiple migration waves may have reached the Americas by different routes, potentially including trans-Pacific or transatlantic journeys. Recent genetic studies have revealed a more complicated picture of ancient human migration than previously believed, though they have not yet provided support for significant early African genetic contributions to indigenous American populations. What makes the Olmec heads even more perplexing is that they stand at the beginning of Mesoamerican civilization. Unlike later monuments that show clear evolutionary development from earlier forms, the Olmec heads appear with remarkable artistic sophistication, seemingly fully formed, with no clear precedents in the archaeological record. The debate about these enigmatic stone monuments continues to evolve as new archaeological techniques and discoveries shed light on the ancient Olmec world. Advanced dating methods, isotope analysis, and DNA studies of ancient remains may eventually provide more definitive answers about the origins and influences of this mysterious civilization. Until then, the colossal heads remain silent sentinels, their stern gazes fixed on a horizon of questions that span oceans and centuries. Were they portraits of indigenous Olmec rulers with distinctive physical features? Did they commemorate rare visitors from across the Atlantic? Or do they represent something else entirely? Perhaps mythological beings or deities whose significance we have yet to fully understand. Whatever the truth behind their creation, the Olmec colossal heads stand as remarkable achievements of human creativity and technical skill, challenging our understanding of ancient American civilizations and reminding us that history often holds more mysteries than certainties. They compel us to keep questioning, keep exploring, and remain open to the possibility that the ancient world was more interconnected than we might imagine. Deep in the Zhejiang province of eastern China lies an archaeological enigma that defies conventional explanation. Carved into the rugged hills near the town of Longyu are 24 ancient caves of staggering size and precision, their origins lost to time and their creators unknown. Discovered accidentally in 1992 by local farmers, these massive underground chambers have left experts baffled, becoming one of the most perplexing archaeological mysteries in Asia, if not the world. The Longyu Caves represent an engineering achievement that should not have been possible with ancient technology. Each cave is enormous, with some chambers reaching nearly 100 feet high and covering areas of more than 1,000 square meters. What makes them truly extraordinary is not just their size, but the level of precision and consistency in their construction. The walls and ceilings are covered with uniform chisel marks arranged in a systematic pattern, indicating a carefully planned and executed excavation process. The discovery occurred when a local villager decided to drain what the community had long believed was simply a natural pond. As the water level dropped, something unexpected emerged, a massive hand-carved cavern with stairs, pillars, and perfectly smooth walls. Further investigation revealed not just 1 but 2 dozen similar chambers hidden beneath the hills, all filled with water and forgotten by history. The total excavated area exceeds 30,000 square meters, and researchers estimate that removing this much rock would have required moving nearly 1 million cubic meters of stone. Even more astounding is the realization that all this work was done by hand. No power tools, no modern machinery, just simple chisels and hammers wielded by unknown craftsmen who somehow maintained perfect symmetry and consistent patterning throughout the massive project. But here's the most unsettling aspect of the Longyu Caves. There is absolutely no historical record of their construction. No documents mention the creation of these enormous underground chambers, despite the fact that such an undertaking would have required thousands of workers over many years. In a country with a long tradition of meticulous historical record-keeping, this silence is deafening. It's as if someone deliberately erased this massive project from memory. Various testing methods suggest the caves are at least 2,000 years old, possibly dating back to the Qin dynasty around 212 BCE, though some researchers believe they could be much older. Yet even knowing the approximate age doesn't solve the central mystery. Who built them, and why? The engineering challenges involved in creating these caves would be daunting even with modern technology. The builders had to work in darkness, with only oil lamps for illumination. They had to solve complex problems of structural integrity to ensure the massive ceiling spans wouldn't collapse. They needed to remove enormous quantities of stone without the benefit of mechanical assistance. And somehow, they maintained incredibly precise standards throughout the entire project. Each cave features perfectly straight walls that rise vertically to an exact 90-degree angle before transitioning to a smooth, barrel-vaulted ceiling. Supporting pillars have been left at strategic intervals, apparently calculated to bear the weight of the stone above. The chisel marks that cover every surface are uniform in size and spacing, creating a decorative pattern of parallel lines that some have compared to a massive fingerprint left by the anonymous creators. Perhaps most impressively, the builders created a waterproof seal on the cave surfaces. Despite being submerged for centuries, the stone walls show minimal water damage. Experts still don't fully understand how ancient craftsmen achieved this level of waterproofing using primitive technology. So who could have built these remarkable structures? Local legends offer few clues. Unlike many ancient sites, the Longyou caves feature no inscriptions, no artwork depicting their creators, and no burial goods that might identify the culture responsible. They are mysteriously devoid of cultural markers, as if intentionally scrubbed of identity. Some researchers have proposed that the caves might be the work of an unknown pre-Chinese civilization, one with advanced engineering knowledge that preceded the documented dynasties. Others suggest they could have been created as part of a massive public works project during the Qin dynasty, when Emperor Qin Shi Huang commissioned numerous large-scale constructions, including early sections of the Great Wall and his famous terracotta army. Yet if the caves were an imperial project, why would they be omitted from historical records? The Qin were known for documenting their achievements, not hiding them. And if they were built by an earlier civilization, how could such an advanced culture disappear without leaving any other traces in the archaeological record? The purpose of the caves is equally mysterious. Their design doesn't match known patterns for tombs, storage facilities, or defensive structures. Some have suggested they might have been underground palaces, refuges from climate extremes, or even ritual spaces for some forgotten religion. One intriguing theory proposes they served as massive underground storage facilities for grain or other perishables, taking advantage of the stable temperatures below ground. Another hypothesis connects the caves to ancient Chinese cosmology. The layout of certain chambers seems to align with astronomical observations, suggesting they might have served a celestial or calendrical function. Some researchers have noted similarities between the ceiling patterns and star charts from ancient China, raising the possibility that the caves were sophisticated observatories or temples aligned with heavenly bodies. What adds to the frustration for archaeologists is that the caves contain almost no artifacts. Unlike most ancient sites where broken pottery, tools, or other remnants of daily life provide clues about the inhabitants, the Longyou caves are eerily empty. It's as if they were meticulously cleaned before being abandoned and flooded, taking their secrets with them beneath the dark waters. The flooding itself presents another puzzle. Were the caves deliberately filled with water when they were abandoned? If so, why take such a drastic step? Some experts have suggested that flooding might have been a preservation technique, protecting the stone from deterioration, while others wonder if it might have been a ceremonial closing, perhaps after the chambers had served their mysterious purpose. The technical aspects of the excavation continue to perplex modern engineers. Calculations suggest that removing the excavated rock would have required an army of workers laboring continuously for decades. Yet the consistency of the chisel marks indicates a single, unified project, rather than generations of gradual expansion. How did the ancient builders coordinate such an enormous undertaking while maintaining such precise standards throughout? Equally puzzling is how they managed to ventilate the deep chambers during construction. Carving stone creates dust that would quickly make the air unbreathable without some form of ventilation system. Yet no obvious air shafts have been identified in the original design. Did the builders have sophisticated knowledge of air circulation that has been lost to time? Some researchers have noted similarities between the Longyou caves and other ancient underground structures found across Asia, from the cave temples of India to the underground cities of Cappadocia in Turkey. Could there have been a shared tradition of subterranean architecture spanning multiple civilizations? If so, the knowledge exchange networks of the ancient world might have been far more extensive than previously believed. Local tourism officials have developed the site for visitors, installing lighting and walkways that allow people to experience the imposing grandeur of these underground spaces. Yet even as tourists marvel at the smooth walls and soaring ceilings, researchers continue to probe for answers that seem eternally out of reach. Ground-penetrating radar surveys of the surrounding area suggest there may be many more caves still waiting to be discovered, hinting that what has been found so far might be just a fraction of a much larger complex. Each new chamber revealed adds to the puzzle rather than solving it. For now, the Longyou Caves remain one of archaeology's most tantalizing mysteries, a massive feat of engineering executed with remarkable precision by unknown hands, and then, somehow, erased from historical memory. They stand as a humbling reminder that despite our technological advances and scientific understanding, there are still places where history itself seems to dissolve into questions without answers, where the achievements of our ancestors defy our modern comprehension. As visitors stand in these silent, cavernous spaces, running their hands along walls carved by forgotten artisans thousands of years ago, they can't help but wonder, what other incredible achievements of ancient civilizations might still lie undiscovered, waiting beneath our feet or hidden in plain sight? And how many other chapters of human history have been lost to time, leaving behind only enigmatic monuments as their silent testimony? The ancient world remains a treasure trove of riddles, some buried beneath ancient sands, some locked in forgotten languages, and others hiding in stories passed down through generations. The mysteries we've explored today represent just a fraction of the unexplained phenomena that continue to challenge historians and archaeologists around the world. If you enjoyed this journey through history's most perplexing puzzles, make sure to subscribe for more explorations into the unknown. There are countless other mysteries waiting to be unraveled, each offering a glimpse into our mysterious past.